Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall and welcome to Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This morning, our invocation will be given by Rabbi Naftali Schmolker with Shabbat Coastal Bend.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
First, I want to recognize all the police officers here. We appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Of the CCPD and stand something for the fallen officers memorial. So we remember those that serve and really pay the highest price. And also to the 911 Metrocom graduates. So it's all good. Yeah. More safety, more security. We bless you. Friends, it's a pleasure to come together for today's City Council meeting on behalf of the great citizens of Corpus Christi, Texas. 3,334 years ago, I was born. Joking. I don't like to know. 3,334 years ago, at the great exodus of Egypt, the children of Israel were instructed to count the days, leading up to their arrival at Mount Sinai, where they would receive the Ten Commandments, the Word of God, as well as the 7 laws for all the children of Noah, uniting all of humanity. The message of counting of the days is one that reminds us that each and every day of life is unique and needs to be full with purpose and has great potential. And we should endeavor to maximize the time with meaning and purpose through increasing in acts of goodness and kindness, making every day and every meeting and interaction shine with a spark of divine intent. Almighty God, we ask that you bless our gathering here today. Bless the Honorable Mayor, the City Council members, City Manager, and all their staff. Bless us that our work be effective and lead to good, embodying results for the benefit of our beautiful city and communities. Bless us with good health, with prosperity, and with joy. Almighty God, bless us with productivity, bless us with unity, and bless us with peace. Let us all say amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much. And today our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Hannah Nicole Hominick. She's a 12th grader from Cal Allen High School, graduating cum laude. She won state for clay buster shooting.
Go Cats.
That's right.
There you go.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. Good luck in your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll move on to Section E. This is our City Manager's comments update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of the Council. We have 2 items on the City Manager's report this morning, and they both deal with our public safety operations, our police department, so we're glad to present these today. And the first one is to recognize recent graduates from the 61st class of Metrocom. And just as some background, the city does teach our call takers, our 911 call takers. We have an academy, and they go through a couple of months of training. And so recently they graduated this class of 7. And so we wanted to introduce them today to the council and the community. Their work is unmeasurable and highly critical to our public safety. So just as some background context, our 911 call takers, or 911 when we dial that number, that is the city of Corpus Christi, and that operation has dispatchers for all emergencies in Nueces County, with the exceptions of two of our communities, Robstown and Port Aransas. They manage their own. But the Corpus Christi Police Department oversees MetroCom, and with these recent graduates, we have 64 employees that are working around the clock to answer calls and then dispatch calls to police or firefighters for public safety reasons. So joining us this morning are 4 of the graduates, and they're working already. In fact, the other 3 are sleeping because they worked last night. They had the night. So the 3 that aren't here had the night shift, but 4 are here. And Jessica Ortegon is here, Marco Rangel, Aquilio Estrada is here, and then Isabella Gomez is as well here. And I'm going to invite Assistant Chief Christopher White up to the podium. Chief White oversees the administrative section of the police department, including the MetroCom area, and he's done a great job in working with us and the City Council to, 1, make sure we have enough staff members there, 2, be competitive in pay, because other call agencies try to recruit our people after we train them, so we've recently adjusted pay, improved working conditions, and highlight and recognize our call takers often so that we can keep them here. They're very important. So Chief White, we're going to have you talk a little bit more about them and their graduation.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, Christopher White with CCPD. It's an honor to be here this morning to share a good story with you. That's what we're doing today. We're honoring these graduates. So real quick note, it's very difficult to get dispatchers, just like any other profession. To understand the complexity of it, they have to have a clean background, no drugs, no arrests, just like a police officer. We screen them with polygraphs, the drug screen, psychological. They do a very thorough background. They have to pass a test called Criticall. You all enjoyed that, right? That's an assessment of your ability to multitask while you're typing and listening and recalling. It's very difficult. I attempted it for about 5 seconds, so that was how good I was at it. But these 7 have done it, and 4 of them are here with us today. The 3 on a night shift. They'll rotate shifts so they can get a taste of day and nights and weekends. But I won't hold you up long. We'll get to it. So with this academy, we graduated on April 18th this past month with 7 graduates. A little caveat, 1 of them was a graduate from our CCISD MetroCom program that we have through CCISD CTE program. And that's something we started about 4 years ago. We've had 1 other employee come through. I think he went on to the fire department, so that was successful. These are our 7 graduates. You've met 4 of them. The ones that aren't here are Mason, Riley, and Lizaya. They're on the night shift right now. So a little bit about dispatchers to give you some background. So they are recognized as first responders since 2019. The state changed what the definition of first responder and added them in. They are licensed by the state of Texas, just like a police officer, through TCOL. So they achieve that license while they're going through not only the academy, but as they work through the OJT, which they're doing now in training. So what happens in the academy? It's about 240 hours of education, included but not limited to cardiac emergency communication, first aid, CPR, geography, what we call a medical emergency dispatch certification, that's our EMD, and the EPD, which is medical police dispatch certification. They also have to get their TCIC NCI license so that they can do background looks on individuals, stopping cars, et cetera. And then crisis communication for telecommunicators. That's just a small portion of what they learn when they're in the academy. Once they graduate, then the fun really starts, and that's what they're doing now. So they're on the OJT part of it. They are assigned to a shift. We work 12-hour shifts in MetroCom, and those shifts rotate around through various days through the week. They are assigned a DTO, what we call a dispatch training officer. The way we do it is they are assigned to one dispatch training officer in a pod environment on the 911 floor. They learn how to do 911 calls as a group, so they get to listen to each other, hear the goods and the bads of what that individual did, talk about that, take the next 911 call, the goods and the bads of that call. And they do this, accelerates the learning process, and they end up accelerating the ability to hit the floor as individual 911 call takers in a shorter period of time, which is about 6 to 12 weeks, where it used to take us a 3 to 4 month period of it. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm glad you're here and allow me to present this and talk about it. I've been with MetroCom since 2021 as a deputy chief and now as assistant chief. I can't say enough things about the work they do and Peter's support and Michael's support and y'all's support and making them feel valuable, right? All the things that we've done, we've improved greatly in our MetroCom, honoring them more and doing more things for them. So I do appreciate that. I think we have a video, a real short video of the Academy group. If we can play that. Here we go.
911, do you need police, fire, or medical?
Okay, are there any weapons involved? Is there an apartment number?
I'll put you back in line so an officer give you a call back, okay?
People are gonna run it through TCIC, NCIC. That's the caller's name. You gotta check to see if they're on contact or not. I don't know if they have OnStar or whatever it was. It was their iPhone. But you just put in location, put in G.
Okay.
911, is this going to be a police, fire, or medical emergency?
Medical emergency.
So nice, short and sweet, but it's a wonderful program they're going through, and you are more than welcome to come down to the station anytime, tour MetroCom. Mayor, I know you've done it a time or two. We'd love to have you, show you what we do, and it's just phenomenal. So I stand by for any questions or comments.
Thank you. I think we'll have some comments, but I guess just for clarity, how many total? The picture showed about 8?
7. We had 7 graduate. 3 are on night shift right now, and these 4 are lucky enough to start with days.
They're sleeping, I forgot.
Yeah.
3 are sleeping right now.
Yeah.
And then we'll switch. They'll get to stay up at night in another 3 being days.
Wow. Well, I just want to tell you how proud we are of you. And I want to thank you in advance for what you're doing. I mean, this is 2019. I was going to ask, what year was it when it was official, right, that MetroCom operators are deemed first responders? Because it is so true. You are really a first responder. And that is a serious, serious position and huge responsibility. And you know, not just this council, but for many years, council after council after council has prioritized public safety, or you, whether you're on the streets, on motorcycles, you know, or you know, our building in MetroCom, you are a priority. And I want you to know that and hear that from me directly. And I know I speak for my colleagues, because we understand the importance of our first responders. So congratulations. To be able to say that is huge. And you are all very young, and so that's so inspiring. Thank you for choosing, or maybe discerning and knowing that this is the path for you. We're very, very proud of you. And I'll let my colleagues make some comments. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, guys. Wow, what a special day that we get to meet you, that we get to have you guys come up and be a part of our meeting today. This is a special day to me. We recognized our municipal clerks earlier. Now we get to celebrate this class, this graduate class. And, you know, we could not do what we do here without the vital support that each department plays. And you guys are joining this team. You're committing to this public service. I commend you for that. I'm so grateful for that. You had a slide of the graduates. Is it possible for you to go back to that really quickly to show that one more time?
Let's see, not on, oh, there we go. I think we're on a different
have our
here, so.
IT genius in the back there that I'm sure can play it. That picture, do we find it?
There we go.
Do you have the one where everybody's standing together?
On the video?
Uh-huh. Oh, no, it's a video. Okay.
Yeah.
These faces right here, when I watch this presentation, that excitement That to me is a public servant, and I am confident and I'm excited because this is who's joining our team. So thank you for all that you do. We look forward to working with you guys.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, believe it or not, I started out as a operator for a hospital, and it was back then when you had to actually plug. Okay, so that's how far it went. But they always, the hospital always saw this as we were the face. You all are actually the face, even though, you know, they may not see you. It is a privilege and an honor for y'all to serve this and to choose this. And I really thank the police department for really increasing the professionalism of this awesome, great responsibility that y'all have. Because I just heard, when I saw on the video y'all, you know, typing away, I'm like, oh my God, it's amazing. And yes, I don't know, what is the retention? What is the retention for that job? Is it?
It varies. It's a very stressful job.
Yeah, I would imagine.
We do a lot to combat that with some mental health stuff that we do, and we got our K-9 and peer support. But our average turnover is about 8 years, is about the time when they, so we're trying to get to a point where we can get past that and have some longevity in Metrocom. But we seem to get a lot of burnout somewhere around that period of time.
Okay, so we need to figure out how to keep them happy, right? So again, congratulations, and I'm sorry that it took us a while for them to be considered as first responders. That's kind of hard to believe, but all right, we're here now, right? So again, congratulations, and hopefully you'll stay longer, make us proud longer than 8 years. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you guys feed them good? Just making sure, because they're there all night long, you know?
Yeah, so let me tell you, we just had Telecommunicators Week, and they got fed twice a day.
Good.
No complaints there, was there? No. And then also once a month, we do a appreciation luncheon.
Okay.
So both shifts get fed. We order out for them, and we feed them. Throughout the month, we feed them.
I toured the facility, and that's what he told me. Y'all feed them really good.
Oh, yeah.
So that's good. Thank you for everything you guys do. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, guys, and good luck.
Great, thank you, guys. Do we want to give them a round of applause?
Yeah.
Good, thank you, Chief White. Good job on your presentation. Okay, Mayor and Council, we do have one other item that's equally important, and that's to talk about National Police Officers Week. And so during this week, local jurisdictions like ours have events, but also in Washington, D.C., there are events that represent the entire country when it comes to law enforcement agencies. And there's a candlelight vigil as an example for fallen police officers in Washington, D.C., and I'll give you details about that. And then there's also a Top Cop Awards ceremony that takes place during this week, and we have some special announcements this morning about that. So let's talk a little bit about Police Memorial Week. This year, this week, this National Police Officers Memorial Week is from this Sunday, May 11th, through Thursday, May 15th. And this is a special event to commemorate, a special event in commemoration to allow us to remember and honor law enforcement personnel who died tragically in the line of duty, and also to show our appreciation for men and women in uniform who serve and protect us today. That's through the Top Cop Award as an example. So approximately up to 40,000 people are expected to go to Washington, D.C. beginning this Sunday. There'll be families along with law enforcement agencies that'll be there for two or three events at least. Just as some quick background, in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15, next Thursday, as the National Peace Officers Memorial Day. That's part of the whole week that takes place. And locally, I'm going to take it from D.C. and bring you locally here for a moment. This next Thursday, on that day, on May 15th, there's a beautiful vigil that takes place. It's at Nueces County Courthouse at 9 a.m. I know many have attended over the years. I've gone all of my 6 years that I've been here. It's one of the most meaningful and well-done events in the time that I've been here that I've seen. That event is to recognize those who have died in the line of duty in Nueces County, and it includes those that have died in the sheriff's office, the constable's offices, our own police department, and the Port of Corpus Christi. And so that takes place next Thursday here locally. That's what I was saying. These events take place in local cities, but in Washington, D.C. as well. So in Washington, D.C., back to Washington, D.C., there will be hundreds of names of officers who have been killed in the line of duty in the previous year will be recognized there on Tuesday night at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. These officers' names are read aloud. Those who are shot, those who are killed in the line of duty, they're read aloud during the annual candlelight vigil to memorialize them, and then their name is engraved on the wall. This year, unfortunately, 345 names will be read out loud and then engraved on the wall. And locally here, it hits us here home because 2 of our own police officers will be on that list of the 345. So their names will be read and their names will be engraved on that wall. Those officers include Officer Vicente Ortiz, who was killed in a motorcycle accident while conducting a funeral procession, and Officer Kyle Hicks, who was killed while responding to a disturbance last year. This is the 37th annual Candlelight Vigil, and like I said, that'll be on Tuesday evening, and 2 of our officers will be highlighted there. On a more positive note, during that same week, next week, there's a Top Cops Award, and this has been going on since 1994. The National Association of Police Organizations, NAPO, National Association of Police Organizations, present the Top Cop Awards during this week, during Police Appreciation Week. The purpose of Top Cops Award is to educate the American public about our nation's heroes and pay tribute to law enforcement officers both at federal, state, county, tribal, and local agencies from across the country. These 10 officers each year are recognized for their work above and beyond the call of duty, and we already know that's a pretty tough call, right? But these officers are recognized from an independent committee for going above and beyond nationally. The great news for us is we have one of our own officers will be one of those top 10 named nationally and will be recognized next week. And that officer's here with us today. He's in the back. We're going to have him come up to the front and have Chief as well, maybe just to add a few words. But our officer is Officer Marco Ramirez, and he's going to be honored as one of our top law enforcement officers in the entire country for his bravery in the face of danger when he confronted individuals who took the life of Kyle Hicks over a year ago. So Officer Ortiz, on behalf of the city organization, we want to recognize you and thank you for keeping us safe always. This is a tremendous honor. We're extremely proud of you. We're glad you're here today, and we're glad we're going to see you next week. And Chief, can you join him just to make sure he's okay up there? But just that concludes my remarks. So Chief, if you want to add a few things, and Officer Ortiz, if you want to say a few things as well.
He's a pretty brave young man. I think he's okay.
Ramirez, sorry, Officer.
Before we move on, I think it would be remiss if we didn't recognize the parents of Vicente Ortiz are here with us today. Mr. and Mrs. Ortiz.
Where are they?
In the back, along with Vicente's younger sister, Elizabeth. Thank you for being here. Some of the most humble, sweetest people I've ever met. Mr. Ortiz Vicente Sr. is a longtime public servant himself. Again, Marco's, and so thank you again for being here, folks. Marco's remarkable response in the face of grave danger saved lives, saved other officers' lives. This turned into a family disturbance, turned into a gun battle very quick. It took the lives of one of our officers, and Marco responded with exemplary speed and action and commitment. We call it a 1%er, right? Some people, 99% would run the other way, and Of course, Marco did not do that. He confronted the danger, and he stopped the danger, and without regard to his own personal safety. Get over here, son. Come on. Without regard to his own personal safety, thinking nothing other than saving the life of his friends and his colleagues. And he is a remarkable young man, and he's indicative of our police department, our culture, and it is honorable that he's being recognized nationally, and we appreciate you very much, my friend. Okay, you want to say something?
I thought Marco, well, hold on. Where's he going? Oh, come, we want to hear you say something. Where's the kid? Come on back down. I was like, who? Did you run him off, Chief Marco? We're so proud of you. We are so proud of what you're representing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wasn't expecting to be on a mic, but I do want to thank the department for believing that I deserve the award. And I want to say I love and miss Kyle every day, along with our other fellow officer that passed away. And just thank all of you.
Thank you. Good job.
Okay, great, Mayor. That concludes the city manager's report.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. So let's see, it's 12 o'clock. Perfect timing. So as we proceed to item F, public comment, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it certainly is not the sole method. You can reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment. Keep it in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to these policies. So before I begin, I'd like to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to please review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Risley.
Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will begin priority over non-residents. And please state your name and city in which you live before beginning your comments. You have two opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at this present time, and second would be when we actually hear the item on the agenda. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So with that, we will start with Mr. Stephen Klepper.
Mayor, Council, Stephen Klepper, District 2, 35-year resident of the city of Corpus Christi, by the way, where I've watched a lot of budgets being developed. Obviously, you're in the budget process now, and I guess 27 of them I've watched from the inside. Now I'm retired. I'm seeing it a little bit from the outside. As you know, last week, the budget director made a budget presentation, give you an overview of the process. It's a very well-done presentation, lots of good slides and lots of information. But I was struck by what I did not see. Hopefully I will see over the next few months. Mostly it's information for you to make decisions. One of the things that really struck me, I've got a quote on that slide there. In February, city departments initiated a critical operational analysis to identify efficiencies and savings opportunities. The budget director essentially said that, and that was from the press release. My question, though, is there going to be any discussion of what is meant by efficiency? How do you measure efficiency? More importantly, how do you measure effectiveness? Are you going to continue on what I think has
Mayor,
been
objection. Questions of city council or staff are not permitted.
That was rhetorical, Miles. Wow, that just threw me. I'm sorry. The big question, I posed it there as we're marching down the yellow brick road, or you all are, towards the budget. Is the curtain going to be opened? Are we going to reveal the information? Are we going to continue an incremental budgeting process where you just look at total expenditures, not at what really you're getting out of those expenditures? Next slide, please. The top part there, that's two charts from the actual presentation. It's too small for you to read, but what it says in February, the budget office asked departments critically analyze operations for efficiencies. And in March, looking at revenues, are we charging appropriately? Are we operating efficiently, whatever that means? And are there programs that are not core services? All of those things, there's a lot of substance behind each one of those. What's a core service? What's a core service? Community enrichment in Ramses Pass, for example. Or recycling, is that a core service? All of these things deserve a lot of discussion. Most important, you need measures of what it is you're accomplishing, how you're accomplishing, are you doing it efficiently, over time, and for on. And as you say in the parade, show us your shoes, show us your data, show us your analysis, council, and council, ask for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper. Cheryl Martinez.
Cheryl Martinez, Corpus Christi, Texas. I want to bring some important clarifications to your attention regarding some recent statements made by the Assistant Director, Cynthia Martinez, in Animal Care Services. It's important that you're aware of the facts. Cynthia Martinez met with the representatives from Edgar and Ivy's Sanctuary Rescue, and they have not pulled cats from ACS due to the lack of partnership opportunities. Instead, they have worked with surrounding shelters. When they did begin to pull from ACS, they requested collaboration that unfortunately did not materialize. Edgar and Ivy's are very unique because they can care for large numbers of bottle babies, which right now we are in bottle baby season, many of whom would otherwise be at risk for euthanasia. During their meeting with Cynthia Martinez, they mentioned that they do work closely with us. And not only that, but all of the surrounding shelters work closely with us to help with the problems that they're having in their shelters, and recommend that they reach out to me. And they responded by saying that PAC said we would no longer assist ACS. I want to be very clear that is false. What I have said is that I do not wish to work with Cynthia Martinez because I do not feel she is suited for her role and she does not know what she's doing. PAC has been committed to supporting Corpus Christi since 2010. We've made measurable progress, performed the highest number of surgeries. We are the largest high-volume clinic in South Texas. We work with outreach, the at-risk neighborhoods, and created lasting impact through our outreach and dedicated team. So Corpus has always been and is a priority, even though we do work with surrounding areas. So what happened was PAC had recently come into light about the ACS employees that were misusing one of our programs, which I had told you about. So we did cancel that program. Shelter leaders in Sony had attempted to shift blame on us. I've, for over a year, been trying to offer provide training, review programs with ACS to prevent these kinds of issues, but my offer was never accepted, and I was going to do it for free. To be clear, we've never refused to assist them. I've always been responsive to council members, city officials, reach out for guidance or support. We now have a new program working with the municipal judges that we're working with responsible pet ownership classes that they're mandating them to come to our classes that I'm teaching. So we're doing things that we can help. With the director's departure approaching, I hope that ACS leadership is reevaluated. Always available to help. On another note, I do want to talk about us being the 7th largest, I keep looking at the clock, city in Texas. We're still resorting to sending euthanized animals to the landfill. Look at Chapter 821, look at your state law. This has been going on for months. It wasn't just 2 months. This has been going on for several months. Because beyond this tragic loss of life, this practice introduces harmful chemicals like euthanol into the environment, damaging the soil microbes and posing risk to local wildlife. This is yet another example of lack of transparency and forward thinking. There's a little bit more on the back.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Susie Saldana.
Susie Saldana, District 2. I come before you today to make sure that this council understands that when you say a statement of fact, it has to be a statement of fact. I've given to you some paperwork that I'm sure you already have, okay? Which is basically a lawsuit filed by the council member in question with the date and time it was filed. I happen to know that it got moved out of that court and dismissed. And then you have the second paper, which is basically what the council person was talking about, discovery. If you take a look at that issue, it says Sylvia Campos plaintiff versus City of Corpus Christi. That's us. That's we, the taxpayer. And I gave you another page that you can take a look at, which is page number 11. I believe it's 11. Let me make sure. And in it, it says that the reason they're doing this discovery, is so they can file civil suit against the city. So there's a lawsuit included. So the reason for doing this is to bring action against the city, which is bringing action against we, the taxpayer. So I appreciate it when you understand what's going on, and I know you do. I know you understand exactly what's going on, but don't make a statement of fact that is not factual. That is the main thing. And while I'm here, because I want you to know what's going on. I want the people in Corpus Christi to know what's going on. I want them to know when you do right things and when you do wrong things. And when you sit in a chair and then turn around and fight the people who you're supposed to be representing. I appreciate everything you guys do. I know you take a lot of heat from us, we the people, but we the people have a right to speak up when we feel it's wrong. And we will continue to do it, because if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and it swims like a duck, it is a duck. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Robin Sanders. Councilwoman.
Okay, just again, statement of fact. It is not a lawsuit yet. Thank you.
Ms. Sanders.
Robin Sanders, Corpus Christi. What a wonderful day to be here. Totally thrown me off my game because we have our police officers here. As a person that lives in the most crime-infested area of the city, nobody appreciates our police officers more than I do. But what we've got to think about is, what is our job? what do we do? And when we're talking about police officers that are killed in the line of duty, this is necessary? Who's committing these crimes? Are we these recidivists? Are these people that it is our job to arrest, put in jail, keep in jail? So what is our duty? To protect our police officers as they protect us. Now, I know for years we've had a district attorney's office that was somewhere below par, and I'm hoping that we are working to correct that. One thing that I would like to talk to you about correcting is a detention center that was put right on Leopard Street corridor. It's where all the hookers are. They've moved down the road now. The worst place in the world you could put something like that. Number one, it's right across the street from an HEB, the only one. And second, this is in Crime Central USA. It's the worst of the worst. Shortly after that was put there, somebody tried, I think they're trying to break someone out, and an officer had to use deadly force to stop this person. So a man lost his life, and an officer has lived the rest of his life knowing that he had to take a life. That's serious business. Secondly, some guy walked out of the detention center, this was just last week, went right across the street to the Palenque restaurant, tried to get in to rob it, had burglar bars, so he broke the glass, reached in and stole their debit machine and a set of keys. Walked right out of that door over there and stole this. We've got a lot of empty buildings in town, including everything on Leopard Street is destroyed by crime. Your intentions for improvement on that street, and 6 points. Crime destroys everything. People don't move there. Businesses don't come there. Businesses leave there. What does that do to your tax base? Good to see you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Gary Alsop.
And thanks to our police officers. I love those guys. I'm a red cape.
Thanks, Ms. Sanders. Gary Alsop.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Alsop. I'm the CEO of Corpus Christi Housing Authority, and I live in North Beach in Corpus Christi. Many of you have heard me talk many times about the great need for affordable housing in our community. You've heard me talk about 30,000 people on a wait list for the Section 8 program. This is something that the Board of Commissioners hears me talking about all the time as well. And so about a year ago, an opportunity came up to create housing opportunities for some, not for the Section 8 folks, but for the some middle income folks. And the Housing Authority took advantage of that opportunity. I owe you an apology. I apologize not for the fact that we did it, that we tried to impact the lives of so many Corpus Christians, but because I failed to communicate that well with the City Council. So I've made commitments already, and I will continue to make commitments to do a better job of communicating with the City Council. And in that light, I wanted to offer one other piece of information that's coming up. Over the weekend, President Trump announced a preliminary budget. I don't know if anybody had a chance to see that. That preliminary budget included a 43% cut in HUD programs. So it included the complete elimination of the federal home program, which I believe the city takes great advantage of when you're in internal operations. But it also really shows the appetite, perhaps, at the federal level to impact the federal budget, and part of that's going to be the federal housing program. So the only real program that we have that is federally funded is the Section 8 program. And I want you to know that for every 10% cut that might come in the federal budget for the Section 8 program represents 300 families in Corpus Christi that are housed today that would not be housed in the future. So I know that there's comments about, well, we're not going to impact anybody who's in housing. That's a noble goal. It may or may not be possible. And I also know that it's just a preliminary budget. But I also think it's important that the council really hear that that's a potential that's on the books. It is a proposal from our president. And I also want you to know what the impact is on Corpus Christi should that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alsep. Ronald Kolb.
I just wanted to note that it was a week ago this year. It was this time a year ago at Kyle Hicks, Officer Hicks' funeral. God bless him.
Sir, can you state your name and city, please?
Yes, my name is Ronald Kolb. I'm a longtime resident of Corpus Christi. I'm a native of Washington, D.C. Over the last several years, I've been posted on several websites and newspapers, including the American Spectator, National Review, and Wall Street Journal. Today, I wanted to talk about the city funding a potential movie here in Corpus Christi. And two crucial early scenes are on a yacht and a marina. In 2006, I had uncovered the Mirtha Abscam video, which ended his attempt to become House Majority Leader. I would later find that Mel Weinberg, the con man working with the FBI, was committing several crimes during the sting, including extortion, fraud, and perjury, and the government was covering up for him. This was eventually reported by the press and in the Senate report. Weinberg's wife, Marie, had gone on 20/20, exposed Weinberg's behavior, and was scheduled to go before Congress, but was found dead a week later in their follow-up report, which are now both posted on YouTube under Marie Weinberg 2020.
Mayor, I don't believe these are city subjects.
With the movie being made here, yes, it would be.
Wants to make a movie here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kolb, with what was that last statement?
Pardon?
What was your last statement?
Kolb, K-O-L-B.
No, your last statement you just made about...
Oh, okay. Okay.
Doing the movie in Corpus.
Yeah. Let's see. There was a follow-up report on 2020 that covered Marie Weinberg, where she had died. Plans for a movie had fallen apart, but Weinberg was involved with American Hustle. And then I put out the truth. When I put out the truth, they changed all the names and trashed Marie's character. I co-wrote a script that's all true, using Senate and media reports and transcripts from the videos and the trials. It's a timeless and compelling story that also reflects the current corruption of the FBI and Justice Department. It's a time for the truth. Hustle was a disgrace, and what happened to Marie Weinberg then and the recent movie is as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kolb. Appreciate it. Mr. Tom Taglaboo.
Good day, I'm Tom Taglaboo and I live in District 2. Today I'm here to ask you to recognize and honor the 25 years of dedicated service and leadership of the late Assistant City Manager Tom Utter by naming the soon-to-be Oso pedestrian bridge for him. We lost Tom in 2022. The pedestrian bridge was just one of many projects that Tom touched and influenced in his illustrious career with the city. I first worked with Tom on this project back in the early 2000s when the city proposed it, what was then called an ICE-T grant, and I was a state employee reviewing those grants. You know now how long it took to finally get the funding for that project. Those who had the privilege of working with Tom knew he loved working behind the scenes to tackle hard-to-achieve public works projects. We have a golden opportunity to recognize decades of work Tom devoted to make this dream a reality. I encourage you to please name the pedestrian bridge for Tom Utter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taglerboo. Adam Rios.
Good afternoon, Adam Rios, right here in Corpus Christi. Just wanted to start by saying congratulations to everybody who participated in Westgate Skate Games. I was out of town catching my son's, who was doing a musical performance in Austin, so I was up there for the weekend. But I wanted to talk about something pretty positive. These are numbers you probably already know, but in case people are wondering what's been going on, this is, I guess, Travel and Tourism Week here in Texas, and what that does, not just for the state, but for us locally. It fuels jobs, drives local economies, and of course supports public services. We were looking at about $199 billion of economic impact to the state just in this week alone. And I think it was $1.3 million, or 1.3 million Texas jobs, including the outdoor sector, which is very important here because of our national seashore and our parks. Those are businesses that are a key component for travelers and tourists. And I believe if you include guides and gear and the money spent and land management professionals, that was about $55.8 billion along the coast. So state numbers, which I'm talking about, those speak volumes, but the opportunity that it creates for local businesses speaks even louder. It allows for marketing opportunities. It showcases our local culture. It's definitely a revenue business, specifically for small businesses, which I'm a huge advocate for. It increases the revenue and creates long-term customer growth. And I believe this week, about 14,000, which is about 6.7% of the jobs locally, are happening because of this week. And this month, we're kicking off summer tourism season. It's directly tied to it. And we're looking at an increase in money by about 15 to 25%, which means probably this year, because of this being a travel week, we're looking at about $30 million locally. I do most of this research on my own, by the way. I'd love to have a staff that would help me. But anyway, and the thing is, we still have more going on because we've got Buck Days. We are launching summer events. We have Art Walk, which just happened this past Friday, and the numbers that does. We've got Memorial Weekend coming up. This also helps generate revenue for local law enforcement. All these things happen. All this stuff happens. Dispatchers, first responders, law enforcement, the crowds that are showing up. An absolute positive reflection on what's going on, because having been in Austin over this weekend and spending 20 years there, I wouldn't like walking around there after 6 p.m. on 6th Street in the downtown area. So we're doing great things. And if you're going to learn anything from this week, you know, my hashtag motto, think global and support local. And again, wanted to remind everybody that I think Thursday, council chambers here, there's a budget goal setting session going on that I encourage anybody to try and make before you come up here and make comments. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. We have last, Jason Hale.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. So I was looking through the agenda today, and I saw that Corpus Christi Water is going to be providing updates to council numerous times over the next weeks and months. But I wasn't sure what the plans were for updating council on far field modeling for desalination. So today I handed out a paper with a request of mine for council members to request that Corpus Christi Water provides timely updates on modeling from GHD to City Council during City Council meetings. For me, the importance of the request is we want to have a better understanding of how good or bad the circulation in the bay is at transporting waste from the desalination facility. And there's a lot of reasons why you'd be interested in that, you know, reliability, feasibility, water rates. For me, I want to know what the impacts will be as far as salinity increases to the Nueces Bay. For context, we send fresh water to the Nueces Bay to maintain certain salinity regimes in order to maintain ecological productivity. So, you know, if we're increasing the salinity in the Nueces Bay, hoping there's some way we're going to maintain those ecological targets, right? Anyways, I included a list of sample questions. So one question I have that y'all might want to ask Corpus Christi Water is, will the diffuser design and associated modeling be completed by May 25th, as previously stated by Christopher Benjamin from GHD? If so, when will it be presented to council? Based on the results from GHD's modeling, will permit amendments be needed for the Inner Harbor plant? You know, basically, we're kind of going off of the permit to TCQ, so it would be good to know if there are going to be amendments to that. Additionally, it'd be nice to know if GHD will be conducting modeling for the potential of the creation of hypoxia in the Inner Harbor Ship Channel, in Nueces Bay, and Corpus Christi Bay. And also, it would be nice to know if GHD will be doing the Bay-wide modeling that they mentioned in the March 19th memo. If so, we'd like to know when they anticipate that to be completed. Anyways, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. And that concludes our public comment. So I think what we're going to, well, not I think, but the next item would be item G, our board and committee appointments.
Okay, Mayor and Council, the first board for your consideration, it's the Animal Care Advisory Committee. It has 3 vacancies representing the preferred but not required category of community at large. Diana Cardenas and Ronald Smith are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
I move to reappoint.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Rebecca, did we want to submit or just vocal?
Just do a voice vote, please, Mayor.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, then that leaves us with 1 position to fill.
Okay, there's a nomination for Kylie Long, I'm sorry.
Oh, Kylie, okay.
Kylie Long. Any other nominations, council members? Laura Estrada. Nancy Cook. Okay, I'm going to close nominations, and let's start with Councilwoman Vaughn. We're voting for 1 name, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Yeah.
Estrada.
Long.
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 Estrada. Estrada.
Okay.
Okay, so Long is appointed.
Okay.
Okay, so next we have the Building Standards Board. There's 1 vacancy representing the preferred but not required category of at large. So for this board, the board has a practice of requesting the appointment of an alternate member to the regular voting position, and then we would appoint a new person to serve as the alternate. So Chick Henderson currently serves as an alternate member, and the council could appoint Mr. Henderson if they choose to follow this practice as a regular voting member.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
So now that leaves us with an alternate position to fill.
Nominate Lindsay Clark.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations. We have Lindsay Clark. All in favor say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
All right, next we have the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. There's 1 vacancy.
Okay, we'll open nominations.
Nominate George
Palakis.
Okay, we have George Palakis.
Nominate Scott Corliss.
Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations, and we will start with Councilman Cantu.
George. Corliss.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to
Nominate
abstain.
someone?
No, abstain.
Oh, you're going to abstain on this? Okay. Yeah. Very good. Who's the, Gil, you want, as the mayor pro tem?
Yeah, Gil, you want to go ahead and,
Yeah.
hang on a sec. There you go.
Okay, so we stopped at.
Yeah, it's still going that way. Go ahead.
George. Corliss.
Palakis.
Palakis.
Okay, George Palakis is appointed.
Okay, moving it back to the mayor.
Okay, so the last board is the Sister City Committee. There are 2 vacancies. So we can open nominations for 2 vacancies, ma'am.
Sorry, open nominations. Would anyone like to nominate someone for Sister City? I'm sorry?
I'd like to nominate
Well, how many do we have, Rebecca?
There's 2 slots, ma'am.
There's 2 slots open, and how many applicants?
We have 3 applicants, ma'am.
3, okay. Councilwoman Paxson, I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Romero.
Ramiro, okay. Any other nominations? Steiner. Okay, I'm going to close. Well, we have,
Gonzalez was my
sorry, you're
second.
right.
I'm sorry. There's 2 open, 2 vacancies.
right, so can we nominate 2?
Yes, as long as yes, she can do
One
2.
person?
There's 2
Okay.
positions, yes.
So we have 3 people,
Okay.
Romero, Steiner, and Gonzalez. Do y'all just,
Right, so we'd vote for 2.
okay, we'll vote for 2, so we'll start with Councilwoman Vaughn.
Romero and Steiner.
Romero and Gonzalez.
Romero and Steiner.
Romero, Gonzalez.
Romero Gonzalez. Ramiro Gonzalez.
Okay, so it's Romero and Gonzalez.
Okay, great. Great, thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Norma. Okay, we're going to go ahead and it's 12:35. Let me, how long do you think the presentation?
Presentations, the desal one's probably 10, 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and do
I
that.
would go into those.
Absolutely.
That's important.
Okay, come on up.
So Brett Van Hazel is the director of the office we created, or the special management office, if you will, to oversee the construction. And we are going to, as one of our commenters said, we're going to be presenting to council at least twice a month on desal. Some presentations may be more in depth, like today's will be a little longer. Others may be short, maybe something that took place the week prior or some major event in the desal design and construction that is about to come up. But this is a way to engage the council so you're more aware of what we're doing, and also we'll provide the community with information twice a month on design and construction efforts for the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant. This is not the only way we communicate. We have a robust website. There'll be many other ways, but this is just one way I wanted to highlight today. And we'll turn it over to Brett to go through his presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, Brett Van Hazel. So as Peter said, I'm the director of the Program Management Office that was stood up to manage the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus project. And also, like he said, we're going to have multiple meetings for the rest of this calendar year and beyond. So in this presentation, we'll kind of go through that. So just a quick overview. We're going to touch on the procurement recap, really just focusing on some of the council actions and items that we've done to date that gets us to where we are. We'll talk about a status update on the project as well as talking about a timeline. And then we'll talk about upcoming presentations to council not only my briefings, but some other ones. And then we'll talk about some important future topics that will be presented. And I do want to highlight on the right, you can see one of the current renderings that we're working with. So the Turner Ramirez team is putting together a lot of design concepts for consideration. This is just one of many that we're looking at. So I just thought it'd be nice to kind of show you guys. And this is the operations and education facility. So this would be the face of the campus. So last year in January, we had 2 council action items that kind of really kicked us off into where we are now. We have one with Freese Nichols, where we executed an amendment to their existing master services agreement for the development of the RFP and the RFQ, and then also have them assist the city team with the creating a short list of potential progressive design build candidates that we would continue on with. So we did that for $3.78 million. And then we also approved bond issuance for up to $211 million through the state. And this is all money that could be put towards the construction of the Inner Harbor project. And then in June of last year, we came back to council and we had a short list of firms for the design builders. So we approved 2 things. One was the Freese and Nichols amendment for $12 million, which is for pre-construction services. And then we also approved 1, the short list, and then 2, to continue on with them to develop a RFP and actually pick a firm, which we did in December of last year. We selected Kiewit Infrastructure South as our progressive design builder. And in December, we actually awarded them a contract for $9.25 million, which was for the initial phase, what we're calling Phase 1A. There's really 2 parts of Phase 1. Phase 1A is the initial planning portion of the project, which I'll kind of talk about here in a second. So you can kind of see a brief overview of what's included in Phase 1A. And so we started that in December. We're at the end of that phase right now. So we're in the process of reviewing the draft basis of design report, which is it's a comprehensive document that details how we're going to build the project. And it's taking input from the Freese and Nichols team, Kiewit's experts and their team, as well as city input. And then last month, we started the first part of Phase 1B, which is our next phase that we're going to transition into. And I'll give a little more details in a minute on that one. And then the next major phase will be the finalizing the design, because when we get to the guaranteed maximum price as part of Phase 1, we'll only be at the 60% design. So when we transition into Phase 2, which is really the construction effort, they still need to finish the design. So they'll work towards that final design effort while they're working on the construction. And when the plant is built, which is right now planned for 2028, the Kiewit team will actually maintain and operate the facility for 1 year after the completion, along with city staff. So city staff will be on board working under Kiewit, learning how to work the plant, maintain the plant. And then after that year, the city staff will take over. So currently, again, we're in Phase 1A. It was a 180-day duration. And over the last 5+ months, we've done a lot of work just to kind of capture some of the major milestones. One, we did receive the Army Corps permit. We also received our discharge permit from TCEQ, both in advance of when we initially anticipated, which was great. But the Kiewit team, the city team, the Freese Nichols team meet often. We have what we call task force meetings, which is really discipline-specific meetings where we really dive into the details, whether it be marine-related, civil-related, if we're talking about the process technology, et cetera. we've had over 100 meetings, just individual meetings to discuss those topics, which has all helped in the development of the basis of design report. They're all critical meetings. In addition to that, we've had over 20 workshops. Workshops typically are 2+ hours, where we really dive into more complex topics, and we bring in all the key stakeholders to discuss and make sure that we're making the right decisions. We also have a number of other meetings, and we have a huge team that have all dedicated and helped develop the basis of design report, which again is under review right now. We have a draft. The Kiewit team, as part of the Phase 1A, is required to deliver a final draft at the end of May. In addition, they're going to be delivering a cost model, a draft cost model for the city and Freese & Nichols review, as well as the city has an independent cost estimator that will also be reviewing it for accuracy and provide feedback. We do expect to receive that at the end of this month, but we won't actually have final numbers until I'd say probably July timeframe, because we have to do a pretty thorough review of it to make sure that we fully understand it, that it's fully vetted. So it'll be some time before we're ready to present anything related to that. And the cost model will actually provide a very high level kind of budgetary range, because we're so early in the project. To say we have a number for the project would be untrue, but it will help us refine where we're at based on the information we've gained to date, and we'll get smarter on that number as the project develops. So we've started transitioning, like I said, into Phase 1B. In April, we issued our first amendment as part of Phase 1AB, or Phase 1B, not AB, and it was really geared towards the items identified in that scope portion. So we want to get ahead of some of the long lead items, out there, like transformers, electrical equipment, and other key items. So we're looking at doing amendments to capture that. So that was part of that, is getting the Siemens transformer ordered, getting lines so that they'll be ready to be delivered when we get under construction. We also have the technology supplier. We've selected a technology supplier, which is critical to the project development. So we've brought them on board in a limited capacity to help influence the basis of design report, as well as provide their expertise in the early design and planning stages. And then we're also bringing GHD on to do more work in the development of the modeling and the dispersion design, maybe a little bit earlier than we normally would have, but we're just trying to bring that a little bit earlier into the process so that we can be a little bit smarter on the dispersion. So some of the major upcoming amendments that we're planning on doing as part of Phase 1B include the demonstration plant, so finalizing the details on that one. Also do an amendment for the design and GMP development, so that will be the 30% design and the 60% design, which will be used for the guaranteed maximum price. So that'll take us through the end of this calendar year. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we're trying to do some of the early work packages, which are very discrete construction activities that can be done in advance of actual construction. For instance, like getting some of those long lead items, maybe even doing some site development, stuff like that. We haven't done anything like that, but that's typically what the early work packages are used for. This is a high-level overview of the project timeline. So if you look at the yellow star, that is where we are currently at the beginning of May. So we're transitioning out of Phase 1A, which is June 1st is the actual completion date for Phase 1A. And then we're transitioning into Phase 1B, which started with my first amendment, which was April 15th. So we're moving into that next phase, which will take us up to the GMP submission, which is planned for the end of this year. And then, as you can see on there, we have the construction phase starting at the beginning of 2026, taking us all the way through the late summer, early fall of 2028. And again, when we complete that, and it's not shown on here, but when we complete the construction phase, that's when Kiewit takes over and they start handling the operation and maintenance of the facility. So as Peter mentioned earlier, we're going to do presentations like this twice a month, at least for the rest of this year. I imagine we'll do something similar when we go under construction to keep everybody updated on the progress. I've listed out the planned presentation dates. Those might change depending on what comes over the next couple months. The topics will vary each week. They'll focus on whatever the current activities are on the project. So we'll try to pick topics that are relevant, and if I imagine we'll take recommendations if there's something that you guys would like to know more about. We'll dive into those. Another upcoming presentation that we're going to have at City Council is June 17th. Back in April, some of the city staff was able to go down to Fort Lauderdale to visit a Prospect Lake project. It's actually a project being constructed by Kiewit. It's a 50 million gallon per day water treatment plant. And that was just part of it, was for us to do a tour of that project. But the part that was probably the most beneficial was actually receiving a presentation by the Water Collaborative Delivery Association. They're experts in progressive design build, construction management at risk, those type of delivery methods. So Lefwin Clark was the main presenter at that presentation. We'd like to bring him in and actually do a very shorter version of the presentation you guys and the public to help educate on the process and also educate on what the GMP development will be. So we're going to bring him down to do a presentation on June 17th. Also, just to kind of recap again for some of these upcoming future topics, we'll have our council briefings here as well as the one by Lefwin Clark. The city staff, we're actually going to travel back to Lenexa, Kansas to the Kiewit Design Center and meet with them along with the Freese and Nichols team and the Kiewit team to go through the basis of design report. It's a very comprehensive document, and for us to sit down and go through a couple hundred pages and try to fully understand it I don't think it would be effective. So we're going to go sit down with the team and actually have a full day workshop talking through the critical components and have them educate us on the BODR, and we'll be able to ask questions and just really dive into it. So we're going to be doing that on the 14th and 15th. And then again, just to reiterate, we're working on the demonstration plant amendment. So hopefully I can present that here soon. And as a matter of fact, I plan on the next presentation to talk about the demonstration plant, show some renderings, talk about what's going to be out there, where it's going to be placed, information along those lines. And then we have the basis of design report. Again, it's under review, and the cost model draft will be submitted at the end of this month and then under review by the project team. And then the design and GMP development amendment. So that's the end of the presentation. I will say the QR code that's on the screen, if you click on it, it actually will take you to the city's Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus site website that we have. There's a lot of great information on there. If you're unable to do that, if you type in sustainablewater.corpuschristitx.gov, that'll take you there as well. That's the end of my presentation. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Brett. Councilwoman Paxson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Brett. We did receive a couple of questions from a presenter in public comment this morning. I received an email kind of with similar questions, so I think I would love to hear some of those. If you need, we can read them back off because they're printed in front of us. So
I think I have the gist of what Jason's asking for. So the report that was provided by GHD, it was something that was shared from them to Kiewit, and then Kiewit also shared with the city. It's not a binding document. It's not a contractual document. I think The document talks about the capabilities of GHD. I mean, they're a very qualified company that's able to do extensive modeling, but the amount of modeling that was referenced in GH document is not something that we contracted Kiewit to do. So though GHD has said they're going to be evaluating some of the systems around the Inner Harbor, they're evaluating them in the sense that they want to know what impact those systems have on the Inner Harbor, not the impact the Inner Harbor's having on those systems. So they're treating it as an input into their modeling, which is basically from the Harbor Bridge all the way past where the CC polymers.
So some of the other concerns that were listed in here, one is regarding permit amendments. One is regarding modeling for the potential of creation of hypoxia. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I think you were referencing the fourth question, which is about scope. Is this has the Baywide modeling mentioned in GHD's presentation already begun? So sitting there in that presentation, the big question was regarding this far field modeling. I don't want to reopen that discussion.
Right.
But the communication that was returned was we are in fact conducting the studies that you've been asking for. And so these 4 questions are some of those pillar concepts that were being asked to come about basically of that study. And the general gist was we're already doing that in the plan.
Right, so we're not doing the modeling in the sense that the public is asking. We're not modeling the entire bay system to see the impact the Inner Harbor is going to have on the bay system. We're modeling the impact it's going to have on just the Inner Harbor, and it's to ensure that the dispersion design meets the TCEQ requirements. So we don't anticipate any changes to the permit will be needed. We have everything that's required per the permit. We're designing to that, and but again, we are not modeling the bay systems out to the Gulf. We're not doing any of that. We are simply staying within the confines of the Inner Harbor.
I know at that last meeting, I think we certainly belabored the fact that there are differences of preferences on this studying. So for the interest of the meeting today,
yes, ma'am.
I'll simply leave these responses on record, basically. So the next question I have.
Councilwoman, can I interrupt? Sorry to interrupt your train of thought, but these questions we'll answer in one of the workshops. We have them here from Jason Hale, right? So these are all questions we can, and one of the presentations over the next, couple of months, couple of weeks, we'll make sure we answer these, or we'll have a session on, a presentation on the GHD far field model that they're doing in the ship channel.
I think that answers my next question, which is basically when would that modeling be available, shared publicly?
Right.
If I'm not mistaken?
I'm not sure. Do you know, Brett, the date?
We don't have a date we would share. The modeling should be done within the next 2 months.
I think when they had given us that presentation, they said we were in about a 2-month window of completion at that point, and that was early March.
That was in March, yes, ma'am.
So we're at the 2-month mark.
I think it's end of May, June, but we'll get an update on when it will be done, and then we will bring. There's no reason to not bring that here, and for the community, so we'll bring that, and possibly even GHD would present, or Kiewit, since the sub of. Since Kiewit's hired GHD.
Since we're doing a presentation according to today's presentation on the 13th, can we address some of these questions at that time?
Yeah, next week. We can get you the timeline, sure. We'll actually put it in the material that'll go out this Friday, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay.
My next question.
Sorry. I thought you were saying you were done.
Thank you. My next question, have we done already forecasting on cost for regular and ongoing operations and maintenance for this facility? I know you had mentioned that Kiewit would be assuming lead of operations for the first year, so I'd assume they've kind of built in what that scope would look like. Have we looked from our perspective as the city what those costs are forecast?
So yes, Kiewit is looking at that, and they're currently that's part of the cost model process. They're looking out. We have not seen it. We don't know what that looks like yet. But from our side, we have to know what the plant is going to look like and the needs before we can really build out what the city's impact will be. So how many staff you need, vehicles, equipment, chemicals. We just don't know enough yet to actually build that out.
Understandable. Thank you.
Yeah, but we have Brett, Drew is here, but we have done some initial estimating based on, the scope as developed by then Freeze and Nichols. So what Brett's saying is accurate. We don't know the entire operational makeup of the ultimate design, but we have a general sense for how many staff members, annual operating cost, if we want to put in a sinking fund to replace the high-pressure filters. So we do have all those costs, and in fact, we put them into the presentation that Drew gave last year. And that's something we can present to the council again,
If
to
you could,
refresh.
and
Yeah,
maybe-
because I know you guys, some of the council members weren't here then.
If there's any new information, maybe glance over, make sure it's as accurate as we can foreseeably forecast at this point. I understand it's still a moving target.
And the reason we did it a year ago or so is because it does have an impact on the rate.
Yes.
So when we presented the rate for what the average residential customer and commercial and industrial customers would pay, that includes the construction payback for debt service, but also the operating and maintenance costs. That's staffing, electricity, chemicals, that type of thing.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that.
Yep,
My next two questions are kind of similar, or at least they're in the same train of thought. No secret, I tend to be more on the monetary, fiscally conservative side. So when I see this drawing, I see the glass, the steel cantilevers. To me, this is hypothetically a water treatment plant. I love our staff. I'll be the first to say that and support them. But I'm curious, if there's a metric in here or there's options in here. I know we certainly, if we're putting something forward, we want it to be shiny and chrome and gorgeous. But on the back end, I need something to assure me that there's a little bit more perhaps cost responsible options that we're giving sincere look at too. Things like, we're bringing this individual down to do a presentation on June 17th. Are we fronting that bill for a presentation that we are now doing a discussion on twice a month? Those types of things?
Yeah, so regarding, really you could talk about any part. So the building, the process equipment, how we're laying the land out. We're in the early phases. As we start to get the cost on the overall project, we're going to have to start having those type of discussions. Can we really afford to have a facility that looks like that? Can we really afford to do this that way? And we're going to have to figure out what we can pull back on to save money.
Is it, Peter, this is something that is already at sheer essentials.
Yeah.
An incredibly high cost.
Right. So
I would hope that our united front to our vendors is we would like this to be as economical as possible.
It is, and that picture, so there's let me see, there's about 5 or 6 buildings on the campus. There's only one that would look like this, and we may not even be able to do it. The price is probably going to come in too high. Philip Ramirez with Ramirez Architects is giving us a range of look. This is what they're saying they'd like, but the goal was that because there are still some homes in the Hillcrest neighborhood, the goal was to put something that's attractive in the front, and that everything behind this building or really away from the view of the homes that are there would not look like this, and you can't really see them as well. So the goal was to somewhat shield or shroud the more austere, and you'll see when we bring you those renditions. But this is this is the only one building that looks like this, and what you see is it's an education center, which we may not even be able to afford in the end. It's where students from elementary, middle, high schools, and other visitors could go to understand how this water is being made. We may not be able to do that. It would have an operating and construction expense. And then behind it's the staff administration building that would be basically a cinder, just a real plain building. But as Brett said, this is early, and so this is why we're here, so we can hear comments from the council. There's numerous groups that have ideas of what the building should look like. Just the message to leave the council is that the goal is to somehow have something that gives some type of a buffer between what the resident could see and then the processing buildings. That'll be pretty tilt wall, plain construction. And some of them may not have walls at all. There'll just be a roof covering some of the elements. Some of the mechanical pieces are all weather, and so you don't need a building.
I know with nearly any new build construction, you know, the very basic ABCs is this is the product I want, this is my budget, this is my priority. I think, of course, providing water is our top priority, but cost has got to be second, in my opinion.
Yeah, and so, you're right. And so you'll see it, we'll have some additions, but the campus has only one building that looks like that. And we're telling you now, we probably won't have it because it's.
So I hear what you say, and I deeply appreciate the consideration for the residential area.
Right.
But perhaps, you know, communicating that's just the front, and talking about an education campus. You know, I realize we're doing a desal facility in this discussion, but we wouldn't put an education campus at a wastewater treatment plant.
We do have,
it's a business facility.
Right, well, as Councilman Barrera said, students do tour our wastewater treatment facilities, and at our Owen Stevens, we have a minimal type of a setup where if somebody wants to see the production of the water. So it's not a I don't think it was a directive of the council, but the thought was that having a place where students can go. When we went to Carlsbad, California, they have somewhat of a demonstration center. And it's not in the building, but as you walk around the campus, there's signs with information, and students and others go quite a bit over there. So that was the goal, but that is not a guiding principle. That is an education center. The guiding principle is budget and timeline and quality of product and
that's my
affordable
point.
Water. Right.
It's putting the cost at the forefront there.
Right.
I'm a huge advocate for learning opportunities. I'll continue to fight for our OSO Learning Preserve and any way we can add a learning element. But that's my concern. And I guess I'm looking for in this presentation that assurance that we're really keeping that at the forefront.
Yeah, and Councilwoman, I would echo that is all of our concerns. To make certain that, you know, we're not in the business of building fancy buildings, but yet, you know, provide what's needed, especially on a project such as this, that it will be the historical project of this entire city. That said, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 council members that have questions. Right now it's 1 o'clock. We're going to break because we have, I think we have someone here for our executive session item at 1 o'clock. And so we're going to need to attend to them. They're coming in from out of town for this executive session. So for right now, what we're going to do is go into executive session on items 19 through 20 per Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072, and we will return. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting, and we were on item number 4. We had some council member questions on the update on Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus project. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, like I'm supposed to remember.
I know.
Right? Well, let's see. Okay, so back to, I guess, slide number 3, Brett, on the Inner Harbor bond issuance of the $211 million. Okay, how much have we spent of that? How much have we spent of that $211 million?
So to date, we've issued approximately $25 million in commitments. So we have the $12 million to Friesen Nichols. Now, we haven't spent all of that. And I don't have the exact number spent today, but I can tell you the commitments to date. So we have the $12 million for Friesen Nichols, and then we have the $9 million for Phase 1A to Kiewit, and then we have the, let me go. And then we have the $4.7 million that we issued to Kiewit recently as part of Phase 1B. So we've almost spent all of Phase 1A. We're about 80% paid for Phase 1A to Kiewit. And I'd say we're, I don't really have a good number for the Friesen Nichols spent to date, but we haven't spent half of what we currently have allocated for them through the rest of the Phase 1A and Phase 1B.
Okay, so right now, I mean, the only thing I heard was that there's a commitment of $25 million.
Approximately 25.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, as most people know, I'm against this Inner Harbor project. And so I'm wondering for the taxpayers or for the water ratepayers, like we've been saying, or most, I mean, a lot of the people, the commenters that have come here in the past have been asking for example, the far field modeling. And you just said, or earlier you said that, yes, there is the far field modeling done, but it's only going to encompass just from CC polymers to where the Inner Harbor is going to be.
Around the Harbor Bridge.
Okay. And so my question, or our question, or the question that keeps coming up is, what if we do find something that is going to be detrimental and, to our bay? And at that time, I think a couple of weeks ago, it was determined that because Kiewit is the one that is doing the far field modeling, that they would be responsible for any destruction, I guess, to the bay. But the point would be that we don't get anything back. I think that's what Councilman Cantu had stated before, that, at the end, how are we looking out for the people? How do we make sure that we're doing everything that we can? One of the other things is that the CC polymers, right? That's another thing that we're working on, to incorporate the CC polymers. And how does that, how is that connected to that far field modeling? Do you know?
So for the, you can come up, Drew, if you have something to add. So regarding the CC polymers, in terms of what GHD is doing,
yes,
they'll use that as an input into their modeling. So it'll be an input into the overall Inner Harbor system.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll use that to determine the impact. So they'll consider everything in that channel, and that's one input. That will be one input.
Okay, and the other thing is, we're looking at 30 MGD, right? That's the most that I think would that get us out of the drought restrictions?
Do you want to?
I'll go ahead and jump in. So as I've said before, Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer, is that we need a holistic look at all of our opportunities that we have. So seawater desal is a great opportunity for us to minimize the impact that we have from drought, but there's also other water supplies that we're going to be looking at. In fact, the presentation that we're going to make here shortly after this one will talk about some of the other projects, which would include reuse and groundwater supplies. So to answer your question, it's a multi-pronged approach. This is a great project to help us with the drought that we have, and it'll help us in the future.
Okay, so back to that. The city prior council, I guess, have been pushing this one project, the desalination. But yet, we now just recently have been able to get some groundwater, I mean, pretty quickly, right? Yeah, so, and the other is the wastewater reuse. I understand that it's still something that is going to be, done as a study, and like everything else, it's going to take time. But I'm just wondering, why is it that we weren't doing that to begin with? I mean, here we are in the 5th year, I think, and now we're in a dire strait, and I'm just wondering, where was that direction that you weren't given, that to look into the water wells, the groundwater wells, and the wastewater reuse? Is it that the city, that your department can only handle one project at a time? Is that what I'm gathering?
I would say that we've been juggling a lot, and we're happy to do it. We need to do it. And so we're looking at multiple projects right now as we speak.
Yep.
So, and the reality is like I said, we're going to be talking about this in a few minutes after this presentation about all the other projects. We had a water workshop where we had a number of folks come talk to us from the outside about various types of water supply projects that we should be thinking about. None of those projects were a surprise to us. They're all projects that we have been looking at. I think given the fact that this drought is pretty darn unique, I mean, it is a pretty severe drought. It is raising the attention level to making sure that we have some shorter term supply projects implemented, and those are, at least one of them was one that several council members got a chance to go look at, the Nueces River groundwater wells. That is a relatively cheap project. It's relatively easy to implement. There's a number of things regarding that project that make some sense, but I think it's pretty clear that water, we had some, we tasted it.
Yeah.
It's not the best in terms of what we can drink, and so it's a good project to buy us time. And we're going to talk more about how that project in particular has probably a 2-phase approach. The first one is phase 1 in the river. Phase 2 is something down the road that I think we can use that water for beneficial purposes down the road.
Well, and at the end of the day, it is about cost, right? And so the other thing that I would like to see on a regular basis is the updates, like how much is this costing us? Every single time that we have a presentation, these are the updated rates. And this should be per 1,000 gallons, like we as residents pay for. We don't pay by metric or whatever. We pay by 1,000 gallons and what this is costing us and would cost us. I guess that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions, like 6.
Okay.
How much money are we spending right now per day, more or less, on this project? Or how about like a monthly budget, like you could bring to council what we've been spending?
We can do that. I can bring that. We have all that information. I don't have the data with me right now, but we could definitely present that at the next briefing.
Okay. And then I think I was in the back when they asked this question, but when will the far-field study be completed?
I would say within the next 1 or 2 months. The GHD team has been working on it.
Okay.
I just don't know when it's going to be ready for public consumption. They still need to go through, review the data, make sure that everything has been considered, and then we'll be able to talk about it at City Council.
And the public will be able to see that, correct?
We can share the results of it. I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. And then when will the pilot be ready? Time frame?
So I would say the demonstration plant, we should have an executed amendment this month.
Okay.
And then they'll start probably doing some of the construction, I would say the latter part of June, early July.
Got it. And then one last question, and this might not be the most popular question, but when will we have the discussion of when do we know, or how can I say it? When do we know if it costs too much? Like, when do we stop? Like, Like, have you figured that stuff out? Like, when we have the discussion is what's too much in this plant?
So I think the first thing for us to do is get the cost model, let our independent cost estimator, the Freeze and Nichols team, and the city staff to go through it.
And that's in September, right?
No. So we'll have the cost model will be submitted probably by the end of the month, a draft version.
Okay.
And then we need time to review it and make sure that everything makes sense. So in July is when I would expect for us to be able to share that information.
In July.
So then we could start having those conversations about project cost and what we're getting for
It
that.
looks like we're going to have to, not do a lot. Like Peter said earlier, I think,
Yeah, some of the, so Key Wit, so the answer is, a little bit more on the answer is that right now the plant is not even 10% designed.
Yeah.
So 90% is uncertain in terms of pricing. But with the 10% they see today, and as Key Wit gets in and actually looks at the site,
Yeah.
it's different. They're finding out some things different than what the assumptions were from Freeze and Nichols. So on the ground reality, and the more and more it gets designed, the more and more pricing becomes certain. That's why we're doing these briefings twice a month, because over the next 7 months, more and more certainty is going to be available. We have to talk to the council on the 7-month continuum. The goal is to get to month 7 to make that decision. Is this too much? But along that continuum, we're going to have information. We're going to have pricing information, but the council and the community needs to understand it's at a lesser designed state, so the true cost is not really available yet. Even in the fall, we'll only have 60% design. 7 months from now.
Are we looking for grants or anything?
We are. Yeah, we have applied for it. Drew will speak to this because we need some help. We're going to talk to our federal legislators to clear up that Title VI case that we believe should be closed at this point. But go ahead, Drew.
Right. So one of the better grants that's out there is one that we've been talking to our federal legislator delegation, which is the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, which is a Department of the Interior. And so there's a WIN grant. It's called a WIN grant, and it's potentially available for us on large projects like this up to $180 million.
Nice.
That would be grant funding that would be available. And so
money that we don't pay back.
Money that you don't pay back. Money that would be given to us. We wouldn't have to pay it back. We wouldn't have to return anything. Obviously there's some federal stipulations like BABA, Buy American type, some of those kinds of things. But those are things that I think at $180 million, we'd be able to work through that successfully. And then the other part of it is California, for example, has been successful in securing some of those federal dollars, those grant funds. So I think from our standpoint, we should have some good success in being able to bring those types of dollars to Texas, to Gulf.
Do you have an ETA on knowing about those grants?
Yeah, so typically what happens is we would apply for the grant in the fall. So in the, I'd say October, November timeframe, and then we would find out in the spring of next year whether or not we would be successful. One of the things that's good about the program is that there's funding in it, and there's not a lot of large-scale projects like this. So, there's not a lot of competition in the market for it right now, or not a lot of competition, I would say. And so because of that, I think we have a good success chance that we'd be successful in getting those funds. Of course, we have a federal delegation that has seen large-scale desalination facilities, like in California. They see the technology for what it is and the value that it provides to communities. And so they've been a big advocate for us in particular, and they have shown every effort in DC that they would, support this.
Awesome. That's 6 questions? Come on, one more. You're having a fundraiser soon, right, to help people with utilities?
Right. So there's, it's something.
I want the public to see that. You guys are doing some good. I like
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah, and I think we're going to talk about it next Tuesday. I think the city manager was going to have it on his report, but
No, we're not going to talk about it next Tuesday, but can you give us a quick synopsis?
Absolutely. So I'm happy to just give you a quick summary in the community. So there's a number of folks that I work with at the state level And I've expressed a real interest in putting together a summit, a water summit. And the summit really has two purposes. Number one, we want to start a utility assistance billing program for folks who have financial hardship. The city of Corpus Christi doesn't have one, and I really strongly believe in the cause for it. And so that's the primary purpose. The second purpose is we have operators. We have 500 people that work in CCW, and they're constantly having to get operator hours through TCEQ. So this One Water Summit, which is May 22nd and 23rd, will provide our operators, our working folks in the field, 10 hours of TCEQ hours that they need to have to recertify for their licenses. So those are the two primary purposes of the summit. One, to raise funds for our community, and two, to really help our working folks that are in the trenches doing the good work every day. So frankly, what's been pretty astounding is there's been a huge interest in this summit. We've sold out. It's at the American Bank Center. It's 400 folks is the ceiling. So it's exciting because next year I think we'll be able to kind of step it up and do even more.
And I'm sorry I put you in the spot, but I just think that, you need to have some recognition, and you guys are doing good, and I appreciate it. I think the community likes that, and I think the community will really need it,
Appreciate that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew, before you leave there, on this grant, so we've been talking about it for a long time. So when are we submitting for it, or have we submitted?
Yes. So we are going to submit in the fall.
This fall?
Yes.
Okay. So between now and then, we should work on, this is federal, correct?
Correct.
So Washington.
Correct.
So we need to be working with the governor and our federal delegation, just to make, I know you said there's not a whole lot of competition, but still, it's a lot of money we're asking for. So I think we should start.
So
yeah,
I was just going to say, so Ryan Skaborczyk is very plugged in, and he has been in very close contact with our U.S. representative and that team to make sure that they understand the importance of this, which they do, and then the timeline of when we would be submitting the application for the grant funds.
And we're working on some of the grant material now, right?
Correct.
We're working on the material that has to be part of the application.
And we should do a resolution if that would help, which I would imagine it would. Okay, I've just heard a lot about it for a long time, and I guess it's just not the time yet. But,
we're getting close.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Scott.
I got 6 things. We love the Bureau of Reclamation, Drew. Cornyn was down, Senator Cornyn was down 2 months ago or a month ago, and Roland and I had a chance to spend two-on-one time with him, and he was very interested in our desal project. Certainly our congressman has toured California. I think the governor could weigh in, Mayor. I think this is a signature project for the state of Texas.
Agree.
So anything I can do to help, which is probably nothing. I like the education demonstration concept. I do think there's extraordinary interest in this project, and I think kids are going to really find it fascinating, So I don't know what that looks like. I don't, at some point you only have $10 to spend, and if it's more than we can, I get it. But I think especially people that remain skeptical once it's creating water, I think for them to come and touch and feel and listen, and then pour the water from, somebody was calling it the beer spout, the beer spigot somewhere, but and in the end have a cup of water that whatever that is, 30 minutes ago or a day before was in the bay, I think is interesting. So I'm a fan. Hey, when you start talking about the far-field model, just every time you get a chance, say, hey, our GHD's far-field model is from CC Polymers to the mouth of the ship channel or to the new bridge. I think that's what we want here, and I think that gets lost in translation. The more you guys have a chance to say, and I appreciate what you did today. This is not a bay wide. And I get that. I default, somebody in the back, I default to the water's okay at 5 feet. Don't know that I need to test it at 10 feet. I might have some sort of response about oxygen, because that continues to be an issue, but it seems to me we're oxygenating the water that it comes in such that it has more oxygen going out than it does coming in.
Correct.
I think those kind of simple responses, people go, oh, okay. If there's more oxygen in the water when you're done with it, that probably helps, on the hypoxia issue, which instantly is a big word for me, so I wanted to say it today. Make my wife think I'm smart. So next week, anytime you get a conversation or chance to talk to us about Farfield, just give us the parameters, right? Because it is what it is. And I think what I'd heard at one point was to all the way to the new bridge, which incidentally, in addition to that, tell us how far that is from the plant, right? So, if you're saying to me it's going to go from polymers all the way to the mouth, I'm like, I don't know what that is. But you said that's actually 1.5 miles, and we think that the water's good at 600 feet. I think those little kind of gotcha or aha moments, I think, help as we continue to talk about this. One of the things I thought was interesting about California, oh God, it came out wrong. One of the things that they do in California is mitigation. I thought that was fascinating to me that they were required by the state, right, to like plant 1 million trees. And I don't imply that we need to go plant 1 million trees, but I think it's a unique opportunity. If you're spending $10 and you can do something unique to that, the area around it, or even somewhere else. You mitigate big commercial projects that touch the wetlands, and I know we're not touching the wetlands, but I would be open to what environmental benefits this project could participate in outside of that which it is, right? So, it's a desal facility. We get that, and it's going to make water, and it's going to be a great thing. But if we could plant 100 trees, in the next block over, I don't know. I thought that was interesting that California did that, and I don't like much about it, California, but I like that idea. I did want to make a note that I hear the conversation about water supply, and I think this would be the largest water supply project, or is the largest water supply project in our conversation about water supply projects. 36 MGD it's more than the wells, it's more than Evangeline, it would be more than EV Ranch. So I just want to couch this conversation like you walk away from 36 MGD, and I don't think you get over the finish line. So I'm very sensitive to.
It's a lot of water.
Yeah, it's a lot of water. I just want to get that out there. I do think a better response on the GHD questions would be beneficial. I heard what you said mostly. So if you guys can put that in writing before next week, hey, there were questions asked about GHD, and here's our response, so we can kind of process rather than just listening to you. You're brilliant, of course, but listening to you today, I think if you could put that in writing, I'd appreciate that. And that's it. That's all I got.
To follow up on Councilman Scott's his remark, Drew, well, both, Brett, you were there. Why you get the list? There was somewhat of a list of things that California did. One was the trees. But it was interesting, those trees do have to grow up and be big trees. They don't get credit for those trees until they're monster trees. But nonetheless, it's a great idea. But there were so many other things that they mentioned that they did as part of their project. I would love for us to consider some of those. Councilman Campos, you would love some of them. There were, toilets that flush X amount of water instead of, I don't know how many gallons. So that would be very, very good for us to consider and at least hear out. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I love the idea of the trees, Mayor and Mark, but we can't plant trees. We have no water. We cannot water them. This is not a criticism. It really isn't of staff, but I really think we need to be so careful with acronyms. People in the public don't know what our acronyms are. That's kind of a city where you live in the city and you hear them, because by the time I'm sitting here trying to figure out what GHD is, you've already gone to another subject. So I know if I'm doing it and I'm used to it, I know the public, they're not knowing what it is. That's not a criticism, it's just an idea. I did that before I was on council too. It drove me nuts. It was a pet peeve. A couple of questions. They're real quick. The model that we're doing, the prototype. I've asked this before, Mr. Sinoni, whoever wants to answer it. We had a budget for it, what the prototype was going to be.
Right.
Where are we at? And the reason I ask this is if the price is going to go up, I think we would all want to know now so we know what we're expecting as we go, and the public does too.
Right. Yeah, so there wasn't necessarily a budget, but there is there was an assumption on what the cost would be based on other demonstration sites, right? So there was an estimate of what they thought it would be. when Kiewit is procuring the off-the-shelf component pieces, ours will be a little more expensive or more expensive than the models that have been developed before in other projects, is the answer. I can give you more information if you want more.
Well, I just heard at one time there was $5 million, and I understand that when you're making these, things are going to change.
Right.
So $5 million is what I heard, and then I'm hearing $18 million. That was a big jump. Is that true or not?
That's true. Yeah. So the assumption was from the Kiewit assumption, working with using other examples that exist and working with Freeze and Nichols, they thought it would be around $6 million. However, it's coming in at a higher price at that $18 million.
And that's a concern for me. And the reason for that is because I'm thinking to myself, okay, if it's going to come in for just the prototype 3 times more than what they thought, what is our desal going to be? So
Yeah,
that's a scary thought.
Right. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. So what Kiewit has told us is that is not this phenomenon is not indicative of the entire plant. Because we have more controlling factors than what we do have on this prototype. On the demonstration site. So we have to prove to TCEQ, anybody would, no matter what water source it is, that the water is going to work well with our system, that what the science says from the computer modeling and engineering modeling actually turns out this way. So the sooner we do that, the better in terms of the design. And so it's a project that we have to get done to continue to progress. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of component pieces ready off the shelf. And so what is available is a little bit more expensive, a little bigger than what we generally need. However, if we had it made to suit, it would take too long. It would go into next year sometime, and that would delay the ultimate design and ultimately cost us more anyway because everything's going up. So.
Okay,
yeah.
And one other question to you.
Sure.
Is I didn't make the trip to California, and I understand that the plant was working, but not at full capacity.
Right.
But I ask you to ask one question for me.
Yeah.
What is the cost of maintenance and operation?
Right, and we could not get that answer, and your colleagues can attest for me. So that plant is, and that's why we're not the highest fans of these P3 models when it comes to a project like this. So that plant is owned by a private entity. I'm drawing a blank in their name. It's Channelside. So a company called Channelside owns the plant and generally knows what it costs to operate it. The operator also knows what it costs to operate it, but neither party would tell us in our sit-down meeting the answer to that question.
They didn't want to share.
They didn't want us to know. And a third party was there as well, the water company that buys the water and then sells it. I forget.
San Diego Water.
San Diego Water Authority was there. So nobody could answer the question, unfortunately. That's different than our model, which is very transparent, very open book. We talk about our budgets. You can see it, online.
Yeah.
So that's a difference in this type of model, a P3 model. It's a little bit tougher to get the information because there's no one entity. In this case, you have the owner of the plant, you have the operator, and then you have the water authority, and nobody wants to tell us the answer.
But we will have to figure that out before we get to that point.
We know what our So that question came up earlier this morning with Councilwoman Paxson. We have an estimate to be able to generate the rate that we told this council or the prior council and the community. What we don't know, though, is the ultimate operational cost because it's not designed yet or built. But we have a general sense, and we'll refine that number as we go through the design. We'll have another update this summer as we work on the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And final thing, the grant that you're trying to get, you're not going to apply for it to the fall. If it's a reason, because that's like 4 months away, it's a reason for that because you've got to get the grant ready. Is that why you're not applying to the fall, or is that when you're supposed to apply?
Right. So that's when the grant door, the window opens for the application.
Okay. Just want to clarify.
Yes,
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, a couple of things. You had mentioned a technical supplier. Who are they?
So we have two. For the demonstration plant, we're going to be using a company called Nyhouse. And then for the actual technology provider for the full plant, it's going to be Aquatech. And then a portion of that system will be provided by Bywater, but the majority of it's going to be Aquatech.
Okay. I understand it's not fully designed, but what do you anticipate the daily energy consumption for this facility to be?
I think it would be safe to say I think we're going to be, I was thinking, greater than 20 megawatts.
And that's on a daily basis?
Right, and that's still being refined, but in that ballpark.
And what are our estimated costs for that on a daily basis?
I don't have that, but we can get that.
Okay, so I mean, I guess we're charged on a kilowatt basis.
Right.
I don't know, what are we paying now? 8 cents, 12 cents? What are we paying?
Yeah, if I don't recall, Councilman, we have a 10-year contract, though, that we entered into, and we knew when we did this contract that potentially the desal plant would be coming on. It gives us a chance to negotiate better rates on the 10-year contract plus this one, because there'll be a much bigger power buy.
Right, it'll be a different rate, maybe. We're still working with AEP on that. We haven't landed on that yet.
Well, AEP is not the energy provider. They're just kind of the...
Right, we have a company we work through with the city, and we've been in conversations about that, but we're still working on that.
Okay, so that goes to the operational costs that Councilman...
Absolutely.
So, energy is the largest portion of your cost for your operational costs.
Right.
So it's going to be key there. And Drew, on the grants, when we had discussed this, I looked up for those grants. All I found with the Department of Energy, the Department of Interior, was $30 million. And I couldn't find any other one. Can you provide the information on which grants you're specifically going for?
Right.
It's not that I don't trust you.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I mean, we'll make sure you have that information. I mean,
okay, so the specific individual grants, because I don't think it's all one grant, right?
Right. I mean, it's basically a large-scale recycling grant. That large-scale recycling, and so
recycling.
That's what it's called. That's what it's called. And so, and you're eligible up to $180 million or 20% of the cost of the project, whichever is.
Okay, so if you can get specifics on that particular grant, so we know exactly which one it is, because last time I checked, they weren't giving you the full grant. That's an up to amount.
Right.
Right. So.
Up to.
Okay, and the last thing is that I have to agree with some of the other council members here about the image on page 2 and what that looks like. The glass. I mean, unless we're making a menagerie for CCW employees, I mean, I'm not really sure why we would need something, that fantastic. I understand you might make a buffer, but you're in the middle of an industrial zone where everything else around you looks like industry. Putting lipstick on a pig, basically. So I just think we need as simple as you can get it, nice looking, but not anything, it doesn't have to be, like I said,
futuristic.
Yeah, this is one of, this.
Plus, when you have all the flaring out there and imagine cleaning these glass windows every day or on a regular basis, it just adds cost. So I think that we need to address those. Okay, and then it's not going to be September, it's going to be December for the 60%, or the guaranteed final price or guaranteed maximum price?
So we anticipate the 60% design in the fall, and then we'll have the guaranteed maximum price sometime after that, because they'll need time to develop it and us to review it. So I would expect us to be coming to council in December timeframe to present.
Okay, so, my concern there is that everybody in December is looking at, Christmas and holidays and stuff like that, and we're going to be doing it. We're going to be making these, generational decision with a lot, I think we need to put a lot of thought process into when that comes to council. If we're trying to hide it in December, I don't think that's appropriate.
I think that's just how the schedule's playing out right now.
Yeah, we're not Santa Claus, Councilman, but we're going to be, I know.
I would say you're more the Grinch than Santa Claus.
Some people say that, but we'll work on that. That's a good point. We know November 2 is, but we could do even a special meeting just to go over it.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Focused. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would not want to push it back. I mean, we need to, just abide by as soon as we can. Okay, I think that's it, Brett. Thank you very much. Thank you, Drew. We appreciate it. Peter, I think let me do this. Let me go through. We do have item number 5, another briefing on alternative water supply projects. But what I'd like to do is go to the consent agenda. And we have some gentlemen and women over here who would love to get through that, and then we'll pull those items and go back to address them after the briefing. So does any council member, would anyone like to pull any items 7 through 18 on the consent agenda to consider? Item number 17? 11. Item number 11?
13, 14, and 16.
Okay, wait, hold on. Sylvia, yours was what, 11? 13, 14, 16. Any other items? Okay. Yes, they have. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion. Or anyone from the public, would anyone like to pull any of items 7 through 18? Okay, there being no one, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 11, 13, 14, 16, and 17.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, we'll start with item 11. That is a resolution authorizing the execution of a one-year service agreement with 2 one-year options based on best value bid with Lone Star Blower. And this is for blower repairs and alignment at wastewater treatment plants. And who pulled 11?
Oh.
Councilwoman?
Yes, ma'am.
Campos, can you flip your light? Thank you. Your question or comment?
Okay. It looks like we chose the highest bid, and please explain why, again.
Yes, ma'am. Wesley Nebgen, Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. So this was a request for pricing based on best value. The reason that we went best value with this particular one is it is a parts and service contract, and the service component of this is essential to the proper operation of the wastewater plant. You get bidders who are not adept a lot of times at working on the kind of blowers that we have in our system, especially with some of the upgrades we're doing at Oso and Allison and Greenwood. We have some relatively new equipment that's going into those, so we want to ensure that the people who we choose to work on these actually have the experience to do it properly. So we formed an evaluation committee. We had a set of standards that we went through, that we looked at, and this ultimately was the company that could demonstrate experience with all the different types of blowers and the size blowers that we work with.
Okay. Well, because, just about, all the other contracts that we approve for, we usually go with either the lowest or at least second, but they were actually the very highest. So I wanted to make sure that our constituents knew what we were getting for our tax dollars. And so again, it is about the overall, execution of their product. I mean, they're able to bring in more experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And value, I guess, for our dollar in the long run.
Right, and what you have to look at is these blowers. If you think of a wastewater treatment plant, the blowers are essentially the lungs of the plant. They provide the oxygen for what we affectionately call the bugs in the plant. Without those, the bugs die. And if we don't have timely responses to these repairs, it's like the system gets sick. So we have to be able to have timely responses. These blowers have to be repaired in a certain manner where they do operate efficiently, and we can depend on them.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Rebecca, were you going to put it on, or? Sure. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 13. This is a resolution rejecting the bid of D&J Utility Services as non-responsive and authorizing a construction contract to Southern Trenchless Solutions. This is for the city wastewater, IDIQ.
Manhole rehabilitation.
Paxson, your question or comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious on what the parameters were that deemed the lowest bidder non-responsive in this instance?
This was similar to what we discussed last meeting about the 5 years in business, and the low bidder didn't have that, and they didn't have significant comparable experience. So they didn't meet the minimum requirements of the bid. And additionally, the number 2 bidder is somebody that has worked for the past several years as a subcontractor. So they've probably done about $4 million worth of work for the city, but indirectly as a sub. So you had kind of an unknown element that didn't meet the minimum bid requirements. And the number 2 bidder was a known element, and the delta was not very much.
Is it similar, like the item that we had in recent where, because originally, and it was the contract for the Greenwood wastewater treatment, if I'm not mistaken, we had thought what was explained to us was this exact scenario, and then in further review, we determined that they did technically meet.
So the mitigating circumstance in that case was that all of the personnel had a deep experience, way beyond the 5 years of the company. And they had delivered very large projects, and their resume, not with this company, and the company was just a little bit shy of 5 years in business. So it was a lot closer call.
So this one is, what I'm trying to get at, is this apples to apples or apples to oranges? Is this one?
I think this is, so if you're calling balls and strikes, sometimes it's a close call. This is a lot easier call to call a strike than the Greenwood.
Okay, thank you. Then I move for approval.
You want? Move for approval. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. This is item number 13. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 14 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Raytech Construction. And this is to provide construction phase services for the filtration system hydraulic improvements at Owen Stevens. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying I don't have any issues to this item. I just have questions on the supplemental material we received. My first question, I'm just curious, how do these improvements positively, and maybe that's an assumption, but I think since it's an improvement, I'd say it's a good assumption, but how would these improvements positively impact the Owen Stevens treatment plant in consideration with the new volume of water that we're potentially going to move through that plant? Is this far-sighted and it's going to help treat that, would be my assumption. So that's question one. Question two, there's a reference to an amendment number 3 where a plumber and associates is as listed as a secondary provision to be approved in this item. And I didn't see any kind of background or supplemental information on that as to why that particular contractor was named as managing the project. And it went from $56,000 to $1.3 million in the scope of the project. So that in the short scheme, $54,000, maybe not so much, 1.3, and I don't really see any metrics on how we selected them.
Let me take question number 2, and then I'm going to let Nick take question number 1. So the 2 items, and this is a very common thing when we bring construction contract. So Alan Plummer, or they go by Plummer now, Plummer Associates, was the engineer of record. They did the design on the project. And so they have a role to play during construction. So when we have questions from the contractor that we can't answer, we forward those to the engineer. They charge us by the hour for those kind of things. They have submittal reviews, any material, equipment that's incorporated into the project. We get shop drawings and submittals. We forward those to the engineer of record. They review and approve that. And that's just part of the SOP. So if we don't have adequate funding to cover the engineer service during construction, we will bring an amendment with the construction contract. We usually bundle those into one item. But they were selected a long time ago. This project, the design was finished sometime mid last year. Guy who seals on it actually works upstairs for me right now. But it's that selection was probably done in, I want to say, maybe 2023 or even before then. But we use the engineer of record. We don't get another professional to handle those construction phase services.
Because it's one project, so you
Because it is one project, it's all a continuous effort. They do periodic site visits, they'll attend the construction meetings, and then, there's a lot of documents that go to them for their review and approval.
I understand now. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, now I'll turn it over to Nick for your first question.
Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems. The project handles a number of key components for us. First, our filter to waste requires an air gap per TCEQ. Currently, Owen Stevens is operating under an exemption for that, so it'll solve that problem and will be TCEQ compliant. Additionally, we'll be replacing many valves and actuators to make them more reliable, just in an effort to improve the entire filter backwash process, which will help. It cleans out the filter media, makes treatment more effective, and the upgrades will also improve our ability to recycle that water as well. It'll go to our recycle pond, and then we'll retreat it and reuse it.
How often would you say that we have to treat or refurbish these filter systems?
Well, one thing to remember, so water treatment plant number 1 was installed in the 50s, right? And that's 12 filters. And then water treatment plant number 2 was in the 80s, and that's 10 filters, right? So those filters are being backwashed and refurbished as we see a head loss over the media. I mean, typically you could say a minimum of once a day on each of the filters, but remember there's a lot going on because we replace filter media periodically as well, and that makes the process more efficient.
Yeah, that was, for that filter media, is that every 3-5 years, or is that?
Again, it depends on what you're seeing. I would say that's probably a safe assumption, but it depends on what we're seeing in terms of head loss through the filter and how we gauge it. But we are replacing filter media today on a couple of these filters at Owen Stevens.
And so with this project here, is this the filters or the media or both? Because this seems like a pretty big project.
So yeah, and it gets a little confusing, but it's the filtration system hydraulic improvements. So it's not.
It's not.
We're looking at the header piping. We're making that more efficient. We're improving the filter to waste, that air gap. The filter gallery is in a very humid environment, so the new header piping will be coated to prevent corrosion and corrosivity, so it's things like that. So think about the header piping and all the materials used to backwash the filters.
So ultimately, that my original assumption that all of this work does position Owen Stevens to be more resilient as we are directing more capacity through that, because it's our only treatment plant right now. And basically, as we continue to seek water sources, we're relying heavily on this facility. And so for me, that's a big reason why I'd support this item. But I was just curious mainly on that item and seeking if I could rest in that assumption that this meets that need.
Yeah, my favorite word you used was resilient, because that was, and if you see in the agenda memo, the presentation, we put together a strategic plan to improve resiliency of our treatment plant and also improve the capacity, the treatment capacity as well. So all of these projects are structured in a manner to improve resiliency over the period. Some projects are larger, some are smaller. Our raw water influent project, which is in construction right now, was an $84 million project, right? This is a $20+ million project, but they're all phased and timed so that, over a 5-year period, we significantly improve both our resiliency and our capacity.
I did see that plan. Thank you for including that in this packet. So today, if we approve the item as it's written, I also wanted to verify this includes that base plus alternate 1.
That is correct.
Okay, and so the extension of Plummer and Associates is also included in the verbiage of approving this item?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman Roy, did you have a question or comment?
I just had a quick question.
Sure.
You brought up something that triggered a thought. It's built in the 50s, right? How hard is it now for you to procure parts and just to be able to maintain that facility?
I'm glad you brought that up, Councilman. Part of this project is actually to look at one of the under drains of one of our filters, right? So one of the key components of any filter backwater system is the under drain. So this project will look at the current condition of that under drain, and then whether if we need to look at in the future the replacement of those under drains going forward. So it may spur, what I call a child project, but keep in mind, the filters. Think concrete basins, think filter media, but there are key components, and the under drain is a key component of that.
So do you think, let's just say hypothetically 10 years from now when our desal is up and running and everything, and, we've got some other plants that, reverse osmosis, will we be able to bring this plant down and do complete maintenance? The Owen Stevens, will that ever happen? What do we need, because we can't do that now, right?
It's challenging right now, but I will tell you, we do take, like I said before, plant number 1 has 12 filters, plant 2 is 10. So we do take filters off periodically to inspect and replace the media. One of our long-terms, the CIP consists of short-term and long-term projects. In our long-term project is the feasibility and looking at plant 3, and a lot of that depends what happens over the next couple of years, but that's one reason why we do long-range planning, to keep it on the radar and make sure we're evaluating what the next step is.
So I don't want to get way in the weeds, but when you take on a new part, whatever, and you put it in place, what's the typical, is there a warranty period on that?
Sure. Typically, our construction projects, typically the warranty is a year from final acceptance, or what's sometimes called substantial or final completion.
But like new filters and that, is that something like you put one in and, or whatever the case is, and do they typically on something like that, do they give you 5 years, 100,000 miles?
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Evans told me there is some equipment that would extend the the manufacturer's warranty.
Yeah,
that would be longer than that 1 year.
So when you make this investment, then the good thing is that you will have some type of warranty in place that will protect our asset, and hopefully everything will run smooth.
Yeah, I think that the key to all of this is the highly qualified operators at Owen Stevens that are monitoring this and making sure that on any piece of equipment we don't have premature failure, and that we're conducting the proper preventive maintenance and analyzing the system, which is what they do every single day. They analyze the throughput, they analyze the performance at Owen Stevens, they analyze the water quality.
Yeah, we're spending a lot of money, so that's kind of what triggered me to ask that question is, I know that Councilmember Hernandez is always talking about, and some of the other council members, about maintenance. And so it just triggered in my mind that, to ask that question, but thank you.
I think that's all the questions. Nick, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have, did you make a motion? You did. Did we get a second?
Yeah, I did.
We did. Okay. That's right. We had.
Then I had a question.
Then you had a question. Everyone, if you'll please submit your vote. And this is item number 14. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 16 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Freese & Nichols for the design, bid, and construction phases for the Holly Road Train Trestle Project. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying this is a really important project to our district. So I am in support of the forward motion of this project. I just have some questions on the packet. I was curious, maybe there was a sentence that explained it and I may have missed it, but there seemed to be a lot of our initial bid documents that had whole sections that were very struck out. Also, in reading the document from the contractor, it seemed to me that there was a lot of stages and elements of executing this design that they were considering the responsibility of the city to execute. So for me, is that a cost or a preference-driven decision? Because in my mind, if we're spending this much money with a contractor, I would think that they're going to be providing a lot of services and certainly most of the supplemental pieces that go into this design. And it just seemed like in reading all this document, there was a lot still allocated to responsibility of the city.
Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services, and that's a great question. I'm not sure if this is going to answer all of the items that you're having this concern over, but I can tell you that it is probably going to answer a lot. So there was actually two prior phases of this work that were done. So there was a report that Freese and Nichols did a few years back under contract to private entity. It was funded by private funds that folks in Flower Bluff raised, and they did a preliminary investigation and feasibility study on that. Then there was $500,000 on, I want to say, bond 22 that was allocated to start this process. It was not going to be enough to get us through bid documents. So a lot of that work has been done. So what's struck out on this are things that they're not going to do. It's not scope that's included under this contract. I think in a lot of those cases, work that has previously been done.
That makes absolute perfect sense. I know that there has been a lot of work already done on that, so that's a great explanation for me. Reading through the packet, I just wanted to make sure that we were getting a full design package for the dollar we were investing. So thank you for that clarification.
We believe so, and I have great confidence that we're going to be very satisfied. And
absolutely.
On this.
Thank you, Jeff, for that. Then I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Can you explain to me how Freese and Nichols got this job?
Well, so I would say that they do an excellent job for us. There was also a bit of incumbency on this because first they were selected by Flower Bluff and did that preliminary work, which gave them knowledge of the project. And then they were selected for that $500,000 that was on bond 22. So it would have been kind of a change of consultant to select somebody else for this. So
I'm just curious. I mean, I don't recall them having expertise in this kind of work.
They've got a very good structural engineer that does a lot of work for us.
No, I mean like marine type work, like let's say Jacobs would have more marine, like who did Cole Park Pier. I mean, obviously they didn't apply for this one, but I mean, just, and I don't recall I don't think I've ever seen the ones for the two San Antonio firms, but it just seems like they get an awful lot of these projects. Maybe you can help me out here and give me, for like the last 5 years, the contracts that are awarded to each of the engineering companies that have bid our projects over the last 5 years, and kind of rank by how much money they've received from the city. Because it just seems like they've got a lot that, I'm not even sure, and we don't see their qualifications. That is done by you guys. We just have an up or down vote once it comes to us on your evaluation of it. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, we can provide you that information. And you might recall, like on the Bond 24 street projects, of course, they were selected, and they're typically one of the higher ranked firms. Of course,
They're the highest ranked one.
Right.
Matter of fact, they got the most expensive project, and that's a Yorktown project.
That's normally what we do. We'll give the most expensive the highest rank, but there were 15 firms.
They got it in 22. They got it in 20. So I mean, there's a track record here. And that's why I asked that question. You know, I don't want to assume the worst, but I always do.
No,
So
we'll share that, and there is a track record, and the track record is they consistently do very good work.
Thank you.
Subjectively, yes. Thank you.
Sorry. Councilwoman Bond.
Actually, that's my concern too, when I saw it, because how many did you have come out for a RFQ?
This was on a big RFQ
Okay.
where we selected probably a couple of dozen firms, so.
So you had quite a few.
Yes, ma'am.
So the engineering service department is you guys, and the
Correct.
executive leadership team is.
Yeah, they usually on those big procurements, they'll have an ACM that participates in those as well.
And I get that. And so y'all just decide who's going to do it by the
Well,
qualifications.
they score them individually, and then when they have interviews, they interview as a team, and they'll score the interviews, and there's composite score.
And I know you probably have ones that you like better than the others. That's normal. But my concern is this, is we're giving a lot of money to Freeze and Nichols. They've got the biggest project. I mean, the desal plant, that's huge, and other things they've gotten. I would like to see some others, because I know there's some others just as qualified as they are. So this was kind of a disappointment to me when I saw them, here we go again, with Freeze and Nichols. So just giving you my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilman Cantu.
Thank you. How many projects is Fraser Nichols working in Corpus Christi with? I'm sorry.
I don't have that. I can look that up. I'm sure.
But more or less,
like half dozen efforts they're working on, and they have MSAs where they get a lot of small assignments.
But they are working with the desal project, correct? That's
correct.
Yeah. So, and how many bids did we get on this? Did we get any bids?
This was a request for qualifications.
Oh, okay. Got you. I think it was like 4 or 5 of them, right?
Yeah, five in total, Councilman, with Freeze and Nichols. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
I have no problem with Fraser Nichols. I just want the work spread out. I think they're getting too much work. I think we need to play fair and spread the work around, especially to the local firms that are from Corpus Christi. I don't know, is Fraser Nichols from Corpus Christi?
Yes, they have
an office here, but
they're not headquartered here.
Like Philip Ramirez, I mean.
But none of the firms.
He's a local
top
guy.
3. Yeah, he's an architect.
Okay, that's
we
true.
use him quite a bit for like police training. He designed that. He did the police substations. On this one, you had Freeze and Nichols. You had LJA, which they have a big local office. You all probably know Jeff Cohen, but they're actually headquartered in Houston. And Hanson Professional Services, that used to be Naismith Engineering. This used to be their headquarters, but they were acquired by Hanson, so they do have a large local office.
I'm just told from other firms that I talk to is that you guys give them a lot of work and y'all don't spread the work out. So I'm just trying to do a little better and try to spread the work to different people that have the same business like Freeze and Nichols. I think we give them a pretty big contract with the desal plan, and I think that's like $100 and some million. Or how much? I think I saw.
Oh, no.
No? How much was it? Gil, how much was it, Gil? I'm sure you know the price.
12 million.
12 million, okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's still a lot of money. So I just wanted to spread out. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay. I think that's all the questions. This is item 16. You made the motion. Did we have a second? We had a second. If everyone would please submit their vote. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so the last item pulled was item 17. This is an ordinance authorizing the city manager or designee to execute documents to apply for and accept 12 grant renewal applications. Who pulled this one? Councilwoman Cantu? No. Who? Did somebody pull 17? Am I? Yeah, why? Nobody pulled. No, yeah, I wrote 17. It was a. All right.
Move for approval.
Move to approve, okay, second. Please submit your vote. Let's just move on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. On this item?
Just before we adjourn.
For the day.
Just have one more presentation.
Like, okay.
Just a comment, a question.
Yeah, Councilwoman has a, wait, did we get the vote here? Oh, let's finish this vote. Did everybody vote?
I don't have it.
But mine's not showing up. Like the total vote, but it did go through? I'm sorry?
Ms. Paxton hasn't
She
voted.
said, okay, let's everybody vote. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You should have all the
Are you
votes.
ready? Okay. So did you vote, Kaylin?
Yes.
Okay, great.
No, I guess yeah. Okay, the motion carries. Councilwoman Paxton has a comment on the previous freeze and nickel, or the item. Go ahead.
Sorry, didn't mean to cause confusion. Kind of going back to what Councilmember Hernandez says, I believe there's been a couple of times, I know Jeff Edmonds, I'm thankful he sent me over some information on our master service agreements, not to reopen all that, but during those discussions, more to my point is, I feel like several of us have kind of asked for a breakdown, and I think the impetus is to get to an evaluation of total, like, complete projects for these top, if I was to say 5 or 10 type things, just so we can see and evaluate it. So whether the proof is there, the proof is not, we've got the data.
Yeah, we'll get you that. And there's numerous types of contracts, so, but we'll work. I'm not sure how quick we can get it because of that, because as Jeff mentioned, there's professional services like for our desal, there's design engineering professional services.
Maybe we make like a
MSAs, yeah, we'll put
type
together
and
a
then
list.
property, like.
Yeah, they have all the data, so it's just a matter of assembling, but we'll do that. So that's a good request.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, so we're going to go back to our last item, which is item number 5, and that is a quick briefing on alternative water supply projects.
Okay, Drew Molly, good afternoon, Chief Operating Officer for Corpus Christi Water. This is a quick update on our alternative water supply update. This is something that we're getting in a routine of sending updates on a weekly basis. There's a lot going on, and so this is an opportunity to just quickly go through the latest on a number of projects that we're working on right now.
Drew, we'll try to send a written update each week, right, at the end of the week.
Yes. So on Friday, we had a written update on the list of activities that have been accomplished in the last couple weeks, and we'll stay in a routine where we continuously update the council on all the things that we've been doing week to week on these projects. And I'll go through the projects that we're going to talk about. So I think this is just a reminder of the situation that we're in. The drought continues to be very challenging, not just for us, but for the entire region. We continuously meet with the National Weather Service on a weekly basis. And, obviously the two maps here that come out every Thursday show a pronounced exceptional drought in our watershed. And so this continues to be, like I said, not just an issue for us, but for many other communities. One of the things I also want to mention is that we do meet quarterly with all of our leaders in the regional water space. So, for example, on Friday, we met with all the leaders from the folks who we sell water to. So that would include Mathis, Alice, Beeville, Violet wasn't there, but South Texas Water Authority, San Patricio Municipal Water District. We have a routine meeting with them. Like I said, we had it on Friday. We talk about not just the projects that the city of Corpus Christi is doing, but also we want to listen and hear what our partners are doing, what projects that they are implementing as well. So Going back maybe a few weeks, 2 months, we had a water workshop where we had a number of entities that came in and talked about various water supply projects that the city should be considering. These projects probably aren't a surprise because these are projects that while we heard a little bit more about in the water workshop, these were projects or are projects that we've been considering for quite some time. So the Evangeline is one such project. Excuse me. We had a meeting as recently as April 22nd with the Evangeline team to talk about how we can further develop this project. The project has, in essence, changed a little bit since the last time we negotiated with them last year. Really, one of the fundamental differences this time around is that the Evangeline Laguna LLP is willing to sell us the water as opposed to leasing us the water. The property, Evangeline, is located near Sinton. It's about 23,000 acres, and there's predictions that we would be able to secure about 24 million gallons a day, up to 24 million gallons a day from this water, from this groundwater aquifer. I think what's important to highlight is that we did enter in sort of a non-binding MOU, which basically really kind of puts us into a situation where we're going to be looking at this project and coming up with hopefully what might be a counter offer to the offer that they've provided us to. They've given us an offer in terms of how much they would sell this water to us. And so there's obviously a little bit of work that needs to be done to make sure that, number one, we understand the risks and the potential attributes of this project, and we need to make sure it's all framed up and that we have, if we decide a counteroffer, that would be in our best interest. And we also need to be sure that we compare the cost of this project to the other projects that we're looking at. And so we have hired a firm to help us do that. It's a quick turnaround. We're looking at the next 3 weeks, working pretty hard to look at these projects. But the Evangeline is one project that is being reviewed as we speak. The Catahoula Water Company is another one. We saw the Catahoula Water Company talk at the water workshop a couple months ago. It's also referred to as the Eshelman-Voigt Ranch. That's a site that's about 70 miles southwest of the city. It's potentially could produce up to 28 million gallons, 28.5 million gallons of water a day. It's on a pretty large ranch of about 100,000 acres. The Nueces Groundwater Well Project, Nueces River Groundwater Well Project, is another project that we're also looking at. A number of council has been able to make a field trip out to the site. We've had a couple trips where we've gone out to the site. Here's a couple pictures of what the site looks like. One of the things that we're doing on this project is we're really repeating something that was done decades ago, which is drilling wells that could, in times of severe drought, be used to augment our water supply. When we talked about this back late last year, about this potential opportunity, we tried to capitalize on 8 existing wells that are along the banks of the Nueces River. Unfortunately, we were not able to rehabilitate any of those 8 wells successfully. Those wells were deemed just we couldn't rehab them, basically is where that ended up. And so we always knew that part of our approach was going to be, let's try to rehabilitate the old wells, but then let's also drill some new ones, especially on city property. The city has real estate along the Nueces River. Obviously, it plays an advantageous role when you're drilling water wells on your own property, which is what we focused on. So we've made significant progress along this line. We've essentially today have completed 3 wells on the property. We're drilling a 4th well. The water has been, it's been abundant in quantity. We certainly have a lot of water that we're able to attain from these wells. Obviously, the quality is not something, I mean, we're not surprised by the quality, I should say, but we knew the quality of these wells is probably, it's not necessarily all that desirable, but it does provide value because it's water that can go into the river. It's a temporary measure to provide us with water. And so that's something that is obviously very beneficial for us and for the customers that we serve. One of the things I also want to address is that this project really falls well into the plan and the actions that the state of Texas has taken. So the governor has declared Nueces County and some of the other counties surrounding us as declaration for emergencies in terms of water shortages and the drought that we're in. And so we went up to Austin back in December with our state legislative delegation, and we briefed the governor's office about the very things that we're talking about right now. So we talked about the fact that because of the situation that we're in, stage 3 drought restrictions, and no real end in sight, at least not until we get into our wet time of the year, which tends to be May, June. Hopefully we have some tropical systems that help put water into our reservoirs. We explained to the governor's office that this is an important project for our community. So what is, again, project includes drilling wells along the Nueces River to augment what is in the river. Also want to talk a little bit about just the reclaimed water, the reuse project. We heard during the water workshop one of the gentlemen with Garver who gave a presentation on what reuse is and the benefits of it. Since that water workshop date, we had council approve a contract with Garver, and so Garver's working on that. Actually, we're working through the process to get Garver their notice to proceed, but they are actively working or will be working on the project to evaluate reuse as an option for us. And so just in summary, I just want to kind of go back and recap what it is that we're talking about. So we've got the Nueces River groundwater well project, which I just mentioned. Some of the benefits of that is, again, it's on city property. We have brackish water that has actually produced a lot in terms of volume. So we think that this is moving along well. We are working with TCEQ on permitting to allow us to use the bed and banks permit. And again, we've been working with Austin to make sure that they understand the need and the criticality of this project. The Evangeline groundwater project certainly has some great opportunity for us in that the first 12 million gallons a day could be something that might make some sense in terms of being able to put that water into the Mary Roads pipeline, which has some capacity to take it, and then treatment wouldn't necessarily be required because we'd be able to blend that water in with water that we're pulling down the Mary Roads pipeline from Lake Texana and Colorado River. The EV Ranch project, again, as mentioned, brackish water, groundwater supply, 70 miles southwest of here. And then lastly, South Texas Water Authority project. So we're working with General Manager John Matez in terms of trying to better understand, and John Matez is here today. He's in the back. So I talked to him a little earlier, but General Manager Matez is working with us in collaborative spirit to better understand what the project is that he's developing for South Texas Water Authority, and perhaps there's some opportunities where we can work together. So in concert, wrapping all this up, these are the projects that we're fundamentally working on over the next 3 to 4 weeks to essentially develop the cost model for these projects and hopefully put this in context so we can come back to the council and give you a summary of it. And then ultimately, one of the goals is to potentially pull the trigger on. I mean, obviously, we're pulling the trigger on the Nueces River groundwater well project. That's low-hanging fruit for us. But then, what other projects make sense for the city of Corpus Christi to implement? So, lots of work going on, lots of activity surrounding all the efforts that are being made to work on these projects. And with that said, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Drew. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying thank you to Peter and Drew. I had reached out at the beginning of this week and I referenced our council meeting on the 29th and I asked if we could go ahead and start getting these weekly updates, and you guys were able to mobilize very quickly, so I appreciate that. I do ask that while I recognize you said we'll continue to get updates, I would still love to see them in this public arena. I think right now we need to all stay involved and aware and have this accessible to everyone's ears, just like today. I appreciate today that you went through a little bit of the meat and potatoes of each project, and then at the end kind of had that snapshot. even something as short as that gives us where are we at right now. I think that would be plenty, so it's not burdensome to you have to sit down and put together a whole 12-slide projection, even though I love it, but thank you. So my question then is on Evangeline. I think a few weeks back we had begun talks about what would that look like to put, I think you put on here 12 million gallons directly into Mary roads. I think that sounds like right now we're at the same place. Has there been progress on that? Are we still, is that what you're referencing when you said you're putting something together to come before council?
So what we're looking at on the Evangeline project is just, essentially looking at another look at the cost on this. Essentially the offering from Evangeline has changed since we looked at this project last year. And so because the offering has changed, it's sort of changed not just the cost, but even a little bit of the risk, because there's a benefit. Potentially we buy the water as opposed to leasing it. One of the examples that I think gets a lot of attention in the water world is San Antonio, for example. They secured groundwater from a location 140 miles away, and they spent $1.5 billion in pipeline to secure that water. They don't own that water. So in 30 years, the next generation of people in water are going to have to go renegotiate a contract with the Carrizo-Wilcox folks that are 140 miles away. So this is a different opportunity for us. It certainly has some potential advantages. There may be some risks, frankly, that we have to look at. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at right now, to making sure that, like we did last year, when we were looking at the Evangeline project, we identified some risks. We negotiated with them pretty hard, and frankly, they walked away. We didn't walk away; they walked away. And so we certainly want to give it every effort to make sure that this opportunity works out. There's some advantages. There's some risks. We just need to make sure that we clearly capture what those advantages are, what those risks are, and we make informed decisions.
If you had to ballpark, what's a good ETA for the next action item before it could come back to us? Because we can't even begin on this until we can approve a motion to go forwards. And I'm not trying to make assumptions, I'm just gauging timeline.
Right, so a lot of what goes into this is going to be, what is the cost of this project? What is the timeline for delivery? And then what is the water quality? And, water quality is something that we're going to be talking a lot more about. There's some concerns, in terms of just what is this quality? Unlike surface water where you can see it, this is groundwater. You can't see it. Does it deteriorate over time? What does that deterioration look like? Those are the kind of things that our team is looking at. When we looked at this last year, there's clearly some things in the water that we were going to blend, right? We were going to blend with the Mary Roads pipeline to diminish some of the constituents that otherwise would be a problem if they weren't blended. And so that's something that we have to look at and make sure that, we understand what it is that we're buying. It's
like approximate time of being able to come before us again with an action item. And at that point, of course, it would be yes or no, but we can't move forward without that step.
Yeah, really to answer your question, I'm sorry for not getting straight to it. Really, the answer to the question is their expectation, they being the Evangeline, is that we would come back to them with a counteroffer by early June 5th, I believe.
But June 2nd, June 2nd is what's in the MOU.
Yes.
So we agreed with Ed Cross that we would work in earnest to try to get an answer to him. So that means we would have a temporary or a recommendation to him, and then we'd come to City Council on the 6th, which is the first council meeting. Just to be factual there with the dates.
Okay,
yeah,
that makes sense. Thank you. Then my next question on the Nueces River wells, 3 complete, moving into the 4th. Last time we talked about it, you were about 30 days out estimated on the permitting. It sounds like we're still waiting on permitting. So my first question is ETA on that, or an updated ETA, and what are we looking like for volume right now? We were pleasantly surprised with well number 1. Are we seeing the same trend with the others, or has it kind of leveled out? So permitting and volume.
Volume continues to be promising. The 3rd well that we drilled produces, we were seeing 2 million gallons a day, more than what we originally anticipated. So volume continues to be positive. With regards to permitting, we were actually on the phone today with our regulatory compliance person who's helping us with the permitting. So our plan is if hopefully if nothing changes, the plan would be to submit the permit application to the TCEQ on Monday. The plan would be we would deliver it in person with, there's a check that we have to provide to them to process the application. And so we would just plan on doing that. And then there's a process that TCEQ goes through. They have a review. They have to advertise it publicly. And so that process plays out. We'd be looking at probably the late June time period to have a permit from TCEQ.
Okay, perfect.
The late June time period.
Late June to have the permit.
Correct.
And that's the delta that's really the thing we're waiting on before we can actually utilize that water, or no?
Correct. We need to have the TCEQ permit process secured.
Night when no one's looking.
I didn't see anything.
I'm just trying to fit.
Okay, on your reclaimed water infrastructure project, you said you're working on the notice to proceed.
Yeah, so what I meant to say is the contract was approved, and then there's a process that has to go through. It's an administrative process, so they're going to get a notice to proceed to start the work. So I'm believing if they don't have it, it's happening any day. One of the things with this firm is they know that they're getting a notice to proceed, so they're working. Officially, they'll have a notice to proceed here in the next
couple of days,
next week at the latest. Yeah.
Okay. Again, I'm very grateful for this update. I appreciate it. So thank you and your team very much for your hard work.
You bet.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Paxson, for asking all those great questions. I just have just a few. Mainly, it's on the wastewater reuse. I was just looking up some of the plants that are in existence here in Texas. There's 5 so far that I found. Fred Harvey, East Fork Raw Water Supply Project, Tarrant Regional Water, City of Abilene, City of Wichita Falls. And I'm just wondering, because you are on the board for the desalination, what was it called, the one that you're?
Well, so I'm on the board for Texas Desal. I'm on the board for the American Water Works Association. I'm a member of the Water Environment Association of Texas. I was just asked last week if I wanted to be a member of the reuse. There's Texas Reuse.
Okay.
And frankly, part of this is spread it around a little bit, because there are so many different boards and agencies that you can find yourself on that you've only got so much time in the day. But that's a good one.
I agree.
I recommend. We're going to plug in. It's a good board.
Okay, so that's what I would suggest is, you don't have to be the one that sits on that board, but if there's any way you can spread it out to where, someone that, would be comparable to, or really passionate maybe about that project. I don't know, however you want to phrase it or do it, but evidently, it's not, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, I'm just hoping that maybe we can get to this wastewater reuse a lot quicker than, the proposed desalination. Anyway, but you just mentioned that it's just recently, though, that you possibly are looking or trying to get on that board, or
the lady that runs that board, Councilman Hernandez, met her a couple weeks ago. Noella George, lovely lady. I've known her for quite a while. There's actually the American Water Works Association, which I've been plugged into that organization for 15 years. There's actually a water reuse division in the American Water Works Association, which I know a lot of those folks. But the American Water Works Association covers everything in water, the full spectrum, from desal to conventional treatment. Texas Reuse is a very specific, organization just for reuse. And so, there's a lot of organizations out there, and so that's one that we've been aware of. We know the executive director, and to the extent that it makes sense for us to plug in with them, we're happy to do it.
Well, as a matter of fact, right before our meeting yesterday, I was trying to reach out to Wichita Falls to see what was their timeline. I think that was that's 2017. There's one. No, that's the latest one.
So
The other's 2015, 2009, 1985, El Paso. So I was trying to see what was their timeline to get their plant.
So, and
Do you have an idea?
Just a little pitch. The Water Summit, the guy that basically brought indirect potable reuse to Wichita Falls is a good, I've known him for years, Daniel Nix. So Daniel will be on a panel talking about reuse. And Wichita Falls had a lot of challenges back in the 2011 drought. They literally were weeks from running out of water. And they were lucky. They got rain right at the very end. So they do indirect potable reuse. It's not direct. I believe the Bustamante plant in El Paso will be the first direct potable reuse facility. At least on a large scale, they're up to 10 million gallons a day as they're in construction. So Wichita Falls has got a great, there's some really good people up there that will be down here on May 22nd.
Is there going to be an opportunity for us to visit any of those plants? Because I'd be interested in one of those plants to see how they operate and how fast they were able to get their water reuse plant up and running. Is there a possibility for that?
I'm happy to introduce you to Gilbert Trejo, and El Paso is going to be here on May 22nd. He's he's the El Paso guy. There's going to be a whole bunch of folks coming in, so I'll be happy to introduce you to whoever you want to talk to.
Okay, great. I'd love that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mine are real quick. Thanks for serving on all those boards. The more information we get, the better, and working together. So thanks for doing that. I don't know how you have the time. Wells number 1 and 2, how much did you get off of those? How much was it?
How much water?
Do you remember? Yeah, water.
So number 1, with being the Evangeline, is up to 24.
Not Evangeline, on the river.
Oh, on the river. So the first one was like right at about 2 million gallons? 1.5. 1.5 for the first one. The second one was less.
2.
Oh, okay. 2 for the second.
The third one will be 2.
The third one's
That's a
2.
lot of water.
Okay.
That's good.
I thought the second one was a little lower.
And I know you're concerned about quality. So do you have a plan to address that?
So here's one of the things that the team is working on right now. So we think that phase 1 of this project makes a lot of sense to use the river as a temporary means of conveyance to buy us some time and capitalize on the fact that we've got water from these wells. We believe that phase 2, and we're looking at this now, phase 2, which ultimately is about 12 million gallons a day of water, that's how much water we think we'd be able to produce from these 8 wells. So we are looking at potentially a brackish RO facility that could be used to basically phase 2, take this water, convey it to a location, we're not sure where, but we are in the Calallen area where there's demand in Calallen. There's also other demand centers that we could potentially provide this water to. So a lot needs to happen, but we recognize that there's good water that with treatment, and a lot of work needs to go into this, but we believe that value-wise, this could make a lot of sense because we own the water. We're not paying for water rights. We own those waters, and so we could use this effectively. So again, lots of work from the team, but that is what we're looking at is potentially something to consider for a phase 2 approach for this.
Because it's a lot of water. I figured you had a plan. On the Evangeline, so June the 2nd, I think, is when they're supposed to have everything ready where y'all come back and talk. Here's my concern about all the water. We can't do every project because of money. Do we have any in the back of our mind, an amount of money that we can get realistically? Because we're not going to be able to do it all. Can we afford to get water and do some of these projects?
Well, what I will tell you is that we have a rate consultant that we are working with. We have our chief financial officer, who I think is right behind me.
Yeah.
We're working with our business analytical team and our outside rate consultant to help us make the decisions that we're going to ultimately have to make, which is how much can we afford, how much of the apple can we bite and not put ourselves into a rate situation where it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think any additional water, even the wells we're drilling, will have a rate impact, a rate increase.
Okay.
It's not like there's money sitting somewhere where we're just going to use it. In fact, we drew down a lot in our fund balances in this budget, including the water operation and wastewater. So any monies that we need of substance to bring on that next water source is going to come in the form of rate increases, unless we cancel other projects. But We're not recommending doing that. It was stated today, Councilwoman Paxton has several questions on the improvements at Owen Stevens, and that's an important beginning point in our conversation about bringing on more water sources, because even if we had 50 million more gallons of raw water, 5 years ago, we couldn't treat it anyway because the plant was falling apart. So the story, just for a quick divergence here, the story on more water sources began 5-6 years ago when we recognized that the Owen Stevens water treatment plant was, like a lot of other things, on the brink of collapse almost. And until we got it up to par and expanding it to treat more water, even if we had more raw water, it wouldn't have mattered because we could only treat so much. So that story's lost, and I've been thinking about it through today. So I think what the goal is to have as minimal of a rate impact as possible by if we have to issue debt, by extending the debt out over time so it's not a rate shock. Because everything we're doing today, we need to keep doing, and all the next water costs money. And the cheapest one, though, is our wells project, because we're just putting in the infrastructure. We don't pay anybody royalty or acquisition fees.
Yes.
That's the cheapest, but that's not enough. So I think the next, if say it's an Evangeline for 12 million gallons, that would be a next one that's a little more affordable than a massive contract for 24 million, say. That's why we're interested in that 12. So, yeah, it's just the reality of it, you know.
And I think the reality needs to be out there.
Yeah, I agree.
We have to have water. We're going to have water.
Right.
We're going to have to pay for it. But I'm with you. I don't want the ratepayers to have to pay a bunch of money for water. I know it's going to have to go up some.
Yeah.
But there are things we can do as a council.
Right.
Because we don't want, I mean, we need to look at some of our things that we're doing and prioritize, and I know you know that.
Yeah.
Just curious, because of the Evangeline, has anyone talked to the city manager or the mayor of Sinton? Because we know that's going to affect them, and that would probably be a little goodwill. I don't know if y'all have done that or not.
So we have talked to the city manager of Sinton. It's probably been about a year since we've spoken to him, so we probably should give him a call.
Yeah.
One of our, Esteban Ramos, had a meeting with him last year, and really the message, the takeaway that we had in that conversation was, at least this is what I took away from it, was, you know, don't put our city at risk of overpumping this aquifer. I mean, you know, that goes back to being a good neighbor, minimize, you know, any kind of undue influence that would be a negative towards people who live in and around the area, which is an important thing.
And that would be goodwill to reach out. I was just going to suggest that. The only other thing is that South Texas Water. That's a new one for me. So I've heard a little bit about it. Can you expand on it a little bit more?
Yes, ma'am. So we've reached out to Commissioner Ramirez and talked to him about this project. I don't know a lot about it, but what I do know is that it's a brackish RO well that is being drilled. It's a test well at this point in time, and the South Texas Water Authority is, like other communities, looking at diversifying and having other options besides just solely dependent upon surface water. And so they have got an agreement with a water purveyor to drill this well and determine whether or not it makes sense for them to kind of take the next step, which would ultimately be treating it through some type of an RO system, and then provide that water to South Texas Water Authority for some period of time. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, the final agreements towards that have not been determined yet. I think they're looking at this as a potential option, but haven't agreed upon a final long-term contract with that company.
So 7 Seas is involved in this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. There's some things, you didn't provide a lot of cost information in your information, like with Evangeline, you didn't have a cost estimate for that initial 12.5 million gallons.
Right. Those are all things that we're working on right now.
Okay. And talking about their permitting with the ground control district.
A risk. So, yeah, that's something, frankly, we've got outside legal support looking at the risks associated with, you know, we kind of talked a little bit about this. I mean, there is a little bit of an aversion for going to rural parts of the state and taking massive amounts of water out of aquifers and delivering them to cities. And so we would potentially be at risk for a small groundwater conservation district that does not live in the city. I don't know how they feel about the city, but it could be a potential risk of not being able to get that water to the city delivered.
Okay, so it might be only 12.5 million gallons, not the full 24 million.
That's a risk that we're looking at, yes, sir.
Okay. And then Eshelman-Voigt, did we do an MOU with them?
We have not gotten an MOU with them. We're still in the process of working with them.
Speaking of MOUs, do we have a policy on this? Because I don't recall us seeing that as a council to vote on. Is there an issue with that? Do we have a policy in place with regards to doing MOUs, or does it have to have a dollar amount? What's the policy?
The dollar amount on an MOU is zero. That's why the city manager has the authority to do it. Memorandum of understanding is not an agreement, is not binding. That's what makes it a memorandum of understanding. There are many people who kind of confuse that, and quite often when we're talking to people, they kind of try to push us to do an MOU. They send us an agreement, and we mark it all up and say, no, that's not we're doing an MOU, not an agreement. What makes it an MOU is it's not binding. It doesn't have a dollar value. It is essentially a commitment and understanding of how we're going to start negotiations. But it is not an agreement, and that's what makes it completely legal.
Okay, so from my perspective, in the future, if we do something like this, that especially as something as highly as visible as water sources, it should be sent to council for us to review, at least see or read, so we're aware of it, and we're not trying to figure out what he's saying with the MOU.
It was, Councilman. I sent it to the council on April 21st, the exact MOU. Yeah, I sent it to the council.
Was it a text or was it a?
I sent it via text and Miles sent it via email.
I'll have to go back and look at it. I don't remember
April 21. I have it here.
Okay.
Okay. The groundwater, you had mentioned the specific. What is the actual quality of that water per well? How much TDS?
Which wells are we talking about? Evangeline?
For each one, no. I'm talking about the the ones that we're drilling.
Okay, so the Eshelman-Voigt?
No, the ones we're drilling.
I'm sorry. Okay, the ones that we're drilling, they have had a lot of variability. So we have seen ranges from 2 to 5,000 milligrams per liter of TDS.
Can you do like parts per million?
What is that in parts? 2 to 5,000 is, it's the same. 2,000 parts per million to 5,000 parts per million, milligrams per liter.
Okay. As compared to seawater?
Okay, so seawater
like 35,
is 35. Yeah, yes, sir, 35. Potentially 30, 36, 37 parts per thousand.
Okay, and what is TCEQ considered potable water or drinkable water?
That's a good question, and there's a little bit of a. So the short answer is 1,000.
1,000.
The EPA, which EPA has EPA standard for secondary MCL for TDS is 500.
500, and we're talking 2,000 and 5,000. Do you have that information on per well?
I can get it to you.
Can you provide that in your?
Yeah, those are yes, sir. Those are the wells that we have pumped to date. So the three wells that we have.
Okay, so in your next update, can you provide that information? Because I mean, if we're, the more you pump in, I guess the bigger of an issue becomes.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, going to reclaimed water, have we talked to Flint Hills about the raw water they're taking and if we can somehow utilize the reclaimed water or the effluent coming out of Allison for them?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with Flint Hills on a lot of things. They have not expressed a great interest in the reclaimed water. I mean, unless,
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand the situation, but if we go into a water emergency, we're going to have to cut them off. It might be some option for them to be able to accept some effluent water mixed in with the raw water that they're taking for one of their plants. I don't know what they need for that, but if there's some pre-work that can be done to where they can take the 3 or 3.5 million gallons that Allison is currently putting into the ship channel, that's 3.5 million gallons we'll save for our potable water. So I mean, at the very least, do some precursor work with that, because it doesn't require, I mean, it's not going to be drinking water, so you can avoid some of the TCQ stuff. But we should at least explore that as an option if we go into a water emergency, okay? Because this will affect us statewide. I mean, they pump jet fuel to DFW. It won't just affect us, it'll affect the state.
That's right.
Okay, so I'd rather kind of look at that ahead of time. You don't have to do it yourself, but somebody in your staff. Okay, and this is the first time we're actually hearing about the South Texas Water Authority. I know I've broached this with you to get information on it and what the maximum amount of water we can get from that, because it looks like we're going to have to piecemeal this, right? 12 million from here. I don't know how much we're totally going to get from the well water, considering the quality along the Nueces River. Eshelman Void is a long way away because it's brackish water. How soon can this be delivered, or what kind of volume are they looking at South Texas Water Authority? How much can we participate? Because we need water. We need water now. Considering desal is at least 3 years away, at best, right? That's if there's no construction delays and then there's no weather delays or anything like that. So you have a lot that we have to go in here. So if they can do this, if they can deliver it quicker, then we need to seriously look at it. And then kind of give us a running total of how much water we can get from all these sources. And then a timeline. What's the quickest we can get? Obviously, we're getting the water from the Nueces groundwater, the Nueces River wells so far. But I mean, so we can see what we're actually getting and what the timeline is for Evangeline, right? How fast can they drill their wells? How soon can we get an agreement in place? What infrastructure they need to pump it into the Mary Roads pipeline? All these things need to give us because we're on the cliff looking over.
Right.
So I'd like to have that information. So I know we have John Mott is here. I know we have Michael Hunter here. So
Michael Hunter. Oh, I didn't know he was here.
So if we can get better information on that, your next report. Sure. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Man, you must talk to us a lot. God dang it. Every person up. When I talk to you now, certainly I don't bother you. Well, I mean, last night was an exception, clearly. But so let me go through my list. Has somebody talked to the EV Ranch folks in the last 10 days? Because he bent my ear at a social function. He was highly agitated, and what he perceived to be the lack of any conversation at city council level that you, Peter, had promised him, and any response, which I think we did, right? So have we talked to him since?
I'm sorry, who is this, Councilman?
Dr. Mintz. Dr. Mintz approached me and said, I was promised that my proposal would be presented to city council, and it hadn't happened. I went, yeah, I think it has.
Did.
I was
yeah,
in the
that
room.
happened.
And then he said, no one's gotten back to me, and I'm, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So, he's very sensitive. So I just didn't know. We talked to him in the last 8 days.
I called him yesterday.
Okay, good enough.
I didn't talk to him.
You called him on the way into the meeting. Left a message.
He called me a little while ago, so I'll call him back.
Okay, yeah.
All right. I appreciate that because I defended our position vigorously. So I would like some follow-up. Sure. All right, appreciate that. I don't understand. So the South Texas Water Authority, John, so because the water flows south, right, down the pipeline, and we're talking about 7 Cs, but for us to access 7 Cs, it's got to flow north. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And if it flows, well, I guess if it flows north, I mean, you can't use the water we sell South Texas Water Authority, right? Because the water's coming the wrong way. How much water do we sell to South Texas Water Authority?
2 million gallons.
Oh, well, my point is, and John's back there, I'm not putting him in a box. This is the first well, that's not true. I've been interested in this project. I think the answer is we have a conversation with EV Ranch, and you guys, South Texas Water Authority, charged us, I don't know, tariff, a per square foot fee, which I think is awesome. The water's going north. You got EV Ranch water going north. You got Seven Seas water going north. South Texas Water Authority has a lot of water, plus they're making money off the pipeline. But then I thought the answer was that water's never coming north. And so I'm confused as to where we're at. John, Mayor, is that inappropriate to ask John if he, I mean, bless his heart, he's been back there for 6 hours. I've been feeding him popcorn. I feel like I owe him.
He can come up if you'd like.
I'm just, this whole conversation, and I love South Texas Water Authority. You know, my mother lives in Kingsville. I'm a huge fan. His number 2 and I went to college together. I went blah, blah, blah. But yeah, so you guys are in a test well, I guess, with Seven Seas, and that's in the middle of that. Does that come back soon?
Yes, so they have started the drilling. Well, they're beginning this week. They already had the rig set up just north of Driscoll. And so we hope to have some results within a few weeks to be able to see, get a general idea of what the TDS are. Water quality is going to be a big issue. And of course, what does the overall water cost mean to us, right? We want and expect and need a supplementary water system. We can't rely on the city of Corpus Christi. But I'm here just because, as I mentioned to you earlier, I'm a big supporter of the regionalization that you have in place. And the work that Drew has done, along with Nick and the rest of their team, and of course your city manager, have been the most inclusive. And this is from staff that's been there for 2 or 3 decades of work at STWA. The most inclusive ever of any staff the city of Corpus Christi has ever had. And you see that in our quarterly meetings that we've had. Never have had anything like that before. This concept started probably about a little over a year ago. And these are valuable for us. And just by the way, all of our smaller water systems, we're struggling just like you are, just on a different level of water. But overall, we are here to collaborate. We are here to serve as partners with the city. And so if there is a way that we can connect water to help alleviate the problem for the community, for the region, then we're willing to do that. If it means helping split some of the costs for us and work with the city on that, whatever it may be. It could be the EV Ranch. It could be this desal project with this brackish desal RO plant with Seven Seas. It could be anything. We're ready to work with you. And so that's why I sat here. I didn't expect to be called upon, but that was my message I wanted to bring to you. Our board is very supportive of the regionalization. At a time, I think they wanted to try to separate, but they realize how important CCW is to the community, to the region. But having that second source is vital. Yeah. Just because in times like this, when you change your drought contingency plan, we change to match it. Everything that you do, we follow. We follow your lead. So the STWA is ready, ready on hand just to be a partner, continue to be a wholesale customer of CCW. But if that opportunity comes up, we'd love to be able to partner and collaborate, which we do. I talk to Drew at least on a weekly basis, if not more. So just wanted to share that.
Thanks, John.
Hopefully I answered your question.
Absolutely, you did. Yeah, it's great. And what very complimentary relationship with Corpus Christi. That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks, John. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes. Okay. You asked those questions. Thank you very much. It's no conversation about Alice project. Where's Alice at in there? Seven Seas, desal.
So, geez, we met with them last Thursday. So they are in the process of they've got their first well, and it is operational. They're going through TCQ to get the approval from TCQ to actually blend that water in with their existing system. So I believe they're looking at having TCEQ approval within the next 30 days. So they were saying kind of like in the June timeframe, they should be able to have, and I believe it's a 1.5 million gallon a day well, brackish RO. And they're also in the process of drilling a second well.
Got it.
Yes.
And so they haven't turned on the desal, the reverse house, but because they need to get the permit started.
Well, they've got the first well drilled. They've done, from what I understand, they've done all the testing that they need to do, and they've gone through, so they've tested it through their RO system. They just need to get approval from TCQ to actually put that water into their drinking water system. And I think they're looking at a June timeframe. They're close.
But they're still, when available, they intend to take water from Lake Corpus Christi?
Yeah, so as I understand it, they're always going to have a tether to Lake Corpus Christi, but they won't have as much of a tether, and they'll have more resiliency built into their system now that they've got groundwater.
Okay. Last comment, CC polymers, can that be on the next update?
Absolutely.
We have a conversation about CC polymers when we next talk about.
Yeah, we can, yeah. Yeah, we should be, actually. We had contemplated doing an executive session next week, but there's still a little work to do on the water distribution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to keep that conversation.
Yeah, put that on the update for for this Friday, the
Okay.
CC polymers. Yes, sir.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, last comment is Councilman Roy.
Well, he just asked the question I was going to ask. I just wanted an update on CC polymers. I've got that.
Great.
Thank you for your presentation. I just sit here and wonder, do you ever get tired of talking about water?
Not really.
No. Anyway, thank you. That's all I really had. I just wanted to ask about CC. Thank you.
Yeah, Drew, thank you. Thank you, Nick, to your team, Esteban, everybody. Thank y'all for all the work that you continue to do and constantly addressing everything that we ask for and that you're responsible for doing. Meanwhile, making certain that, you know, the plants work and they're running and everything goes well. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you for everything you do. Okay, thank you. Lastly, and I think, Rebecca, we need to officially pull off item number 6.
Yes, ma'am, item number 6.
So we'd like to pull item number 6 off of the agenda.
I'm going to withdraw it.
We're going to pull that. And there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.